everyone.
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream on the final day of the Grand Prix Chess 2025. Joining me all the way from Mumbai is my favorite person on the planet, Amrita Mittal. Hello, Amrita.
Hi, are you talking? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Wow. I
Oh
said
my
something
God.
so nice and you said you can't hear me.
Huh?
I said something so nice and you said you can't hear me. Well,
रोबोट
let's
वॉइस आ रहा है. हाँ ठीक है. लोगों का मेरे को लगा मेरा ईयरफोन्स गया. Robo voice from Sagar. Yeah, Sagar, your voice is not. Maybe you can connect again. Something.
can you do it? Guys, this is
Hello, everyone in the chat. What's up? Aliens have finally come to bring a space chess, says Pepsi Cola. Absolutely. You know, there are actually aliens.
Amrita, you need to fix your
हाँ
headphones.
हो गया अभी तुम्हारा हो गया.
Yeah, I think it was an issue from your end, perhaps. But anyway, Amrita,
नहीं.
so nice to see you. I did mention I'm here with the favorite person of mine on the planet. तो वो तुमको सुनाई नहीं दिया somehow.
Oh, okay. But on the planet,
हम्म.
come on.
क्या हुआ?
I mean, space is so huge. The universe is so huge.
Yes. Right
Like,
now we are in planet. When as we start going outside, the zone will expand. But today, what a pairing we have on our hands, Amruta. Look at this. We are today going
I
to
thought
witness.
we do not have interesting pairings like in the top eight boards. There's no Indian on top eight boards.
Really.
Yeah.
But I mean, Magnus is there. He is someone who is looking to win this
No, of course,
match.
that game is very exciting. It's 1 point sole lead, but normally we have one of the youngster taking on. But Arjun is on board number 9, taking on David, who has been playing brilliant games. So, and Arjun versus David, high chances of another brilliancy happening there.
Who, David?
David
Navara.
Anton Goyaro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then we have Juraj versus Arvind, Leon versus Gorkar Khan, Michaelevsky Victor versus Karthikeyan Murli,
Hmm.
and who else? Let me just quickly share. Harshit Raja is playing against Sergei Sklokin, who is 2305.
Oh, wow.
And Harshit Raja is playing on what board number? 43rd. We may not be able to see his camera today.
Yeah, he's a bit too far.
Yeah. Hans Niemann is playing against Kukusari Khan. And what about the little Ivan? He's playing against Benedict Downer, who is 2324. Very interesting. But Mameda versus Carlsen, Sagar.
Hmm.
My prediction is the game will end early. Carlsen will beat Mameda, and it would be a crazy game.
Wow. Let's
Vincent versus Esipenko on board number 2. Sarana versus Caruana. Navarra versus Dominguez. Tabatabai versus MVL. Sindaro versus Swana. Maksudlu versus Blue Balm. Jubawa versus Van Forest. Oh, even that is an interesting match, huh? And
Yeah.
Arjun versus Anton. And Nepo versus Swana. Oh, did I read Swana twice? Oh, yeah.
There are
Swana
two
Frederick.
Swana
Ah.
brothers.
Both are playing good.
Yeah. They must be having a good time at home.
Yeah, and yes, Sagar, Pranesh versus Avander Liang.
Oh, wow.
That is on board number 15. So guys, ऐसा सब है. This is how things are currently. How are you all? Today is
Amrita,
the
you can
last
see
day.
Arjun there on the bottom
Oh
one.
yeah, wow. Did
Yeah, what are the
did-
chat? How is the feeling in the chat, Amrita?
Let me see the chat.
Look at the number of people who have come here on the final day. It's a weekday.
But it's going to be strong chess, Sagar.
True.
Weekday पे strong chess. मजा ही आ जाएगा. Pratik says, hi Sagar Sahab and Amruta ji. So happy to see you both. Thank you. हमको देख के अगर खुशी मिल रही है तो फिर क्या ही. You must be a happy man. Sagar the alien. How many rounds? Guys, today is the last day. We'll have double round. We are all also very, very keen whether Magnus will be able to pull it through to 9 out of 9.
Yeah,
And he's on 7.
It might be a little bit too much to expect because I think Magnus is already very tired, Amruta. So
Yeah, but too much to expect ही तो चाहिए. तभी तो it's challenging. For Magnus, what is challenging?
But I think challenging was already to win the tournament. And once he does that, I think, let's say, for example, if he wins this round and next round he can get a quick draw, I think he'll be okay with it. That's my feeling.
Oh no, not at all. He is generally happy with things like even if he's a world champion, winning World Cup is a happy thing. Those kind of certain things. So obviously, if there was a draw already, it was different. But now that it is not there and added it's not easy to get motivated, right? With certain things like these. So 9 out of 9 is such an amazing challenge, Sagar.
Absolutely.
What is right now, what is very challenging for you?
Sorry?
What is very challenging for you right now?
For me, very challenging is, of course, this event, covering this.
Not getting enough sleep.
Yeah, it has been one of the big tough moments in this entire last few months because double round back to back, it's quite intense actually.
Wow. And you're pulling it off, Sagar. It's the last day.
I don't think
and you're gonna survive.
Yeah, we will survive for sure. But yeah, Amruta, what is right now? Like, the thing is, we are a little bit struggling with the camera of Magnus. So I'm trying to get that.
No problem. I'll read the chat. Yeah. Anupam says, I was in the venue on Saturday and got to meet Sagar. Thank you, Sagar, for the autograph. Oh, so sweet, Anupam. Very nice. 9 out of 9 means no one is near to Carlsen's level. Yes, Death Gaming. And it's also exciting for us as spectators because such feats also bring in the motivation for other people to go for 9 out of 9. Wow. Shri says no one can beat Magnus. His Insta status says it all. Beating someone once isn't a revenge.
What does his Insta status say?
Beating someone once isn't a revenge.
Oh. Interesting.
And Pratik says yesterday's evening round was so much fun to watch. Good stuff, guys. Oh yeah, yesterday was insane. Like Maksudlu lost with Magnus on time, if many of you may not be aware. But the game was so exciting. It was an amazing fight. Like what a fight we saw. Of course, towards the end, he was in trouble, but still, considering the time thing and possibility of mistakes was there. So he was not dead lost. Enjoyed Arjun versus Harshit's game and commentary. Apna Harshit bhai to guys. By the way, look at this. Arjun has reached 9th board. So today, if he wins, then last round he will actually be in top 2 boards, I am guessing.
Could be. Like this round is very important. Maybe we can just show the people the standings right now, Amruta, so that they are aware of what is going on. So I'll just pull that up.
I thought you were working on the cameras.
Yeah, I'm working on the cameras as well, but just so that people know that these are the standings.
when the position is set or what? Okay, Magnus Carlsen leads the event with 7 out of 7, followed by two guys on 6 points, Esipenko and Mamedov. Then on 5.5, we have a lot of crowd. Oh my god, how many people? Esipenko, no, Joba, Sindaro, Bluebomb, Swana, Tabatabai, Dominguez, Keymer, Sarana, Navara, Caruana, Maksudlu, Van Forest, Anton Goyaro, and MVL. Then on 5, we again have a huge Janta, Avander Liang, Ultinivicius, Leon, Pranesh. Oh, Leon is playing against. Okay, Pranesh, Michaelevsky, Nepo, Daniel, Darda, Gata Kamsky. By the way, interesting matchup today is Kamsky versus Wesley, and then Khan and Le Kwang.
So, Amrita, we already have the board ready. So, let's study the position.
Yeah. Oh, wow, we also have the heart rate. Carlsen at 83, already a medium stress level because I think नींद नहीं हुआ रहेगा.
Possible. So, knight,
Hmm.
bishop, rook, queen, king, knight, rook. This is the
Wow.
position that we have. And
Position number, I don't know, but somehow this position is very similar to many of the positions they have actually played in Paris and Weissenhaus. So for Carlsen, very experienced, I would say.
oh, Amrita, the first move has been played. I think Rauf has opened with 1 e4, which perhaps is the best move in the position. You open the queen a little bit. I would have also thought c4 is a nice move here, just opening up the bishop. And even d4 is not that silly, opening up this. So there were many good moves. But if you remember, Amrita, we are always thinking, will this position get to a normal position of chess? And I have a feeling that yes. The reason is knight f3, let's say knight f6, already castles, and e4, e5. We already have like a little bit similarity, no?
Yeah, because the queen can go to e2 and then. So if you look at it, bishop on c1 is as good as. And bishop on b1 also many times it comes on the diagonal bishop d3.
And also
So
knight on g1.
g1.
And castling is
Huh.
so there are almost, you can say, 4
Oh.
pieces which are going to be on their natural squares.
Many games will convert from middle game to classical like structures, classical chess like structures. So who are going to be keeping it a bit, freestyle opening? Like it will not convert. That would be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Ankit says, fantastic job. A small request. Please show us the standings at regular intervals, not just after the matches. Difficult to follow the stream. But the standings don't get updated, Ankit, on chess results. Now,
No, I
once
mean,
the round is
we can
over.
try. I mean, we'll see if we can bring it. At least we can
Chess.
show the previous
Show the
round
current. Correct.
and then talk about what happened. A good suggestion. Good suggestion.
Thank you, Ankit. By the way, look at Maggie. You got the camera.
Yes.
Hey.
Thank you to
Okay,
Menno,
awesome.
Leonard, iMotion team for giving us these feeds.
Perfect. Guys, like the stream ko, like the stream. The games are about to begin. Carlsen's heart rate is 81. His stress level is low, but he seems to be very fresh today. Whenever it is a last day, it's like somehow it's easier to wake up. We're like, okay, aaj ka din hai, stretch karna hai.
Also, like, you have this excitement that today tournament will end and I could win it and so on. So
I think our tournament will end and I will party. That was something you thought would be
yeah, I mean,
exciting.
in general, normal people think like we'll party and all, but Magnus thinks like I can win it.
Magnus will think I'll get to spend time with Ella.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Mameda is there, he's standing, he's played a move already, and Magnus is thinking, taking his time. Guys, what would he play for Magnus Carlsen? Black to play. No, the question is, what will you play? Then we will see what Magnus will play. You guys are lucky you will get to compare your decision with Magnus's decision, but before he decides, will you all be able to decide? Sakar says Harshit on 4 out of 6, rank 86,
4 out of
playing
7.
today FM Slokin. 4 out of 7, yes. 4 out of 6 पे थोड़ा आगे खेलता था. But Harshit has played amazing over here. मजा आया देखने को. C5, D6, D5, C6, D5, C5, D4, C5, D5, C5. ठीक है, D5 and C5. D5 break कैसा है? Let's try to see.
कौन सा ब्रेक? D5?
D5 break.
But Amrita,
Guys, it's a bad move.
rook takes
Maybe it is about E5, right? Or is it about takes?
C4 and D4, I think. It just helps
Hmm,
to get
center
a lot
मिल
of
गया.
center. But also, like in this position, the center does matter heavily, Amrita. By the
Because
way,
it is
Magnus'
closer to classical.
stress level is getting higher because maybe he is a little bit worried about what to play, yeah, here.
No, I think sometimes what happens is you're just trying to get your thoughts
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
You don't know. Like many times a person gets stressed in an uncertain situation.
Right.
So for now, he sees a lot of options he has to calculate. And what if he has not got time for breakfast? What if he hasn't slept well? What if he is thinking of, 9 out of 9, one moment? Wow, ऐसा भी हो सकता है क्या?
Oh. Wow.
ये कहाँ से आया?
मेरे को भी नहीं समझा. मैंने ऐसे ही डाला किधर आ गया. सॉरी, उधर बार्स के जगह हार्ट रेट आ गया.
दिल धड़क रहा है.
थोड़ा इम्प्रूव करता हूँ.
नहीं बेटा ऊपर है ना, या यू वांट इट नीचे?
No, I'll try to improve it up.
Sir, we can have few bars only. No, you can remove one of the bar.
Okay.
We have Arjun, Raja, Murli, Magnus. अर्जुन का 2 बार दिख. अच्छा.
I'll manage it.
Okay, fine. Rudra says, just joined. There was no notification of this live. Oh, yeah, I can guess so. Maybe, I don't know, even Himank might be not there with his story डाल सकता था. लोगों को पता नहीं चल रहा है. Sagar, this has been I think, guys, how many of you did not get a notification? We may need to ask this to more people. क्योंकि live का notification is different, I think, from VOD. The stream is not reaching, but ठीक है. And what is the most saying? Oh, me. Acha, already. Okay, Unmesha did see it on the top. I didn't get notified. Because I get notification, so that's why I was wondering. I know it's 1:30, so I just keep waiting for it, but no notification. That way, got it. Oh, I didn't get notified. Crazy. It's okay. ये भी तो phase है. That's fine. चलेगा. We'll do whatever best we can. We'll talk to YouTube if things can get better in that situation.
Yeah.
नहीं तो आप लोग तो हमें ढूंढ के आ ही रहे हो. Thank you guys. मजा.
If without notification we have so many people, then with notification we'll have more.
100%. Wow. Pratik says you guys are very good at your job. Started watching chess after Gukesh's win. Then watched so many of your older streams. You got me hooked to chess.
Wow.
This is interesting that many times I wonder ki a stream when you watch live, it's it's live, but how it is it how can it be fun when you watch a older stream? But
No, I sometimes I have liked watching older streams myself also. It is quite nostalgic and it's nice. I mean, in general, if you have time, It's nice.
But the suspense is not there, like what will happen.
Sometimes you don't, if you have not seen, if
Remember.
you don't know what has
Hmm.
happened, then it's suspenseful still.
Okay, got it. How about, so this is Vincent versus Esipenko, guys. And Vincent has been thinking, I think it's been around 10 minutes or so, but he has not made a move.
That's
Esipenko also,
very typical Vincent, though. He
yeah,
doesn't play so quickly.
yeah.
And
And
he's
can
thinking.
we go to next
Next
Arjun's
board.
game?
Caruana versus Sarana.
Sarana Caruana.
Yeah.
Wow.
D4, D5, knight F3, C6, opening up the bishop. C3, knight F6, castles.
Yeah, this is also going in the typical. Oh, look, guys, Aditya over there. India hoodie. Wow. Nice. So let's go to the
Next
Arjun's game. Yeah.
Could we go like
Um,
step by step? We'll anyway reach
ठीक
there.
है तो फिर नवारा वापस D4 and C3. This also is going to go into the typical classical.
Actually, David Navara reaching top board is really cool.
Someone had mentioned that he's played a lot of Fisher random. So that way. Purvi says, when I watch older streams, I get this sort of FOMO that I didn't watch it live.
Yeah.
Unmesha says, I love watching you guys banter. I am an Arjun fan, but I love you guys too. And I love Sagar Bhai games analysis so much. Very informative. Super. Nirvan says, being honest, if I'm loving chess now, then the biggest reason is Gukesh and Sagar Bhai. Omkar says, I watch Samay streams with Sagar.
Wow. Amruta, Taba Tabai MVL also D4, D5.
नहीं ये हो नहीं सकता कि सारे गेम क्लासिकल में कन्वर्ट हो जाए ओके ठीक है लेट्स इसीलिए मेरे को आई हैव सम होप ऑन अर्जुन बट इफ D4 is the best move then
Sindaro
obviously
hasn't played anything. No, we saw Magnus game E4, Amruta.
yes Mamedo that one I'm anyway expecting it will be a bit crazy because Mamedo is in fact all Azerbaijan players are like that.
Maqsoodlu is also thinking. सब लोग बहुत सोच रहे हैं. Actually, everyone's got used to now thinking hard on move number 1. But we have already Badur Jobawa, who has played D4, D5, Knight B3, Knight F6, C3, C6. And unfortunately, Jobawa cannot get his bishop to F4, which he would have loved.
London. Jobawa might have an added advantage with the understanding of Jobawa London, no? Because so many places, it could go D4, Knight, C3, those kind of structures.
London देखा, Paris देखा.
और नहीं देखा तूने जापान? वो हिकारू नाकामुरा ने देखा है, अनीश गिरी ने भी देखा है. सागर.
सारे कहीं नहीं है दूसरा हिंदुस्तान.
Actually,
Amruta,
Anish versus Hikaru.
Arjun played E4.
See, I told you, this guy will go something else.
And
Arey, E4, D5.
And Anton played D5, ED. Wow.
मार डाला.
How do you think that if Anton goes for a pawn sack with C6? Crazy हो जाएगा एकदम.
Giving the Scandinavian vibes, complete vibes actually. And does Anton maybe play Scandinavian? It's possible that
he played
those
something else about that. He gave a check, I think, directly.
चेक कहाँ से? ओह चेक आ रहा है. मैं बोली चेक कहाँ से आएगा इधर? King E1 पे है तो. Queen B5.
No, actually not. He didn't give check. Maybe someone else gave. Sorry.
इतना झोल कैसे कर सकते हो रे?
Sorry, Amruta.
मेरे को नहीं. Coming to London again, Sagar. Bring Amrita as well this time, says Dhruv. Sagar bhai, your voice is a little low on the stream, says Ritesh. सबको पूछते guys, is Sagar's volume a bit low या रितेश को थोड़ा कम सुनाई दे रहा है?
Hello. Maybe it's a little low. Now, is it good? Guys, please hear me. So Amruta, यहाँ पे, if we look at like rook d5, we have c4. And then when the rook goes back, we have
Guys,
d4.
रुको ना, मेरे को सोचने दो ना. Like let me think, because the main idea of freestyle opening is something, the part
Rook
I enjoy
d4.
the most.
Rook d4.
हाँ, then
Okay.
b3, b3,
b3,
Bishop
bishop
b2.
b2, knight f3.
He plays knight b6.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's already played. And now you don't have c4. You cannot defend a pawn. Knight e1 पे है. तो go d4. Yeah.
d4, right?
Simple chess. Yes.
Knight takes pawn.
Knight f3. Wait. Long castle aim नहीं है ना?
c4 कर
knight
सकते हैं ना, c4. Let's gain more space.
Yeah, knight b4 पे anyway.
This looks really good. Knight b4 is free piece.
Oops, queen is. ठीक है. So he can't take d, like for d4, knight d5 not possible. I think Arjun's opening is going to be good, and Arjun is going to get the advantage early.
Okay. So yeah, this is looking good for Ajubai. And then Amruta, the last game that we haven't checked yet was Nepo versus Rasmus Swana.
रासमस से याद आया, अमरस का सीजन है.
अरे अमृता, आज पता है क्या हुआ? Today when
हाँ.
I was entering the hall, I met Ivan. He was standing there with his dad, and he showed me like the phone, and he said, "Short, who made it?" ऐसे करके.
What?
And I was like, "Yes, we made it. Abhyudaya made it." And he was like, I was a bit worried because I thought, did he like it? Didn't like it, and so on. So they were like, no, we liked it.
Oh, so sweet. Wow. And
I was
yesterday
like,
was also
everyone is
very.
rooting for you to beat Magnus Carlsen someday.
That would be an amazing motivation for him.
Yeah. No, he is a
Actually.
very talented boy, and I hope that he keeps on improving. We can have a look at his game.
He gives the vibes of maybe I think AD when he was young. He would be having those vibes, yeah?
Could be.
Yeah. What
I
is
mean,
AD doing right now? AD could have played, no, freestyle.
Yeah, but Amruta, I don't know if everyone is right now. I think this tournament will definitely warm up people to freestyle chess. That's my feeling. By the way, Harshit today is playing with black pieces. He is taking on Skokin. There we have Magnus, by the way, on the top board.
Oh, e4 c5. Knight f3, Sagar. We are going to go into open Sicilian.
Okay,
Can
let's
you
go there
believe
very
it?
quickly. But first, let me just show you what happened in Harshit game. D4, D5, C3, Knight F6, Knight F3, Knight B6, and Harshit has a very steady position out of the opening. Okay.
Harshit now never misses an opportunity to bring his knight from the corner. I think he has a fear of the knight getting trapped in the corner.
I also have that fear in freestyle.
For tax. It's a good fear.
I think we discussed in commentary that quick development, take care of your bishops. All of this is like we spoke again and again about these things. Okay,
Yeah.
Magnus went e4, c5, knight f3. Wow, e4, c5, yeah. Magnus liked c5 more than e5.
No, d5 was bad anyway. C5 is great. This is literally going to get into Sicilian territory. Because short castle तो हो ही रहा है. D4, CD4, knight d4. 4 भी हो रहा है. But if it goes in Sicilian, Sagar, what kind of Sicilian will Magnus choose? Like knight of Paulsen, Scavenging structure. क्लासिकल, ड्रैगन तो मुश्किल रहेगा। ओ एक्चुअली नाइट ऑफ 6 ही कांट प्ले, E5 आ रहा है, बराबर, करेक्ट,
Yeah,
ट्रू।
that's a good point, Amrita. Very good point. I think he can play knight b6 perhaps.
And he cannot play dragons again because the bishop is on B8.
Yeah, the dragon bishop is generally on this diagonal here.
Yeah, the dragon will be sleeping. So knight B6
Actually,
you mentioned.
D6 I don't like because it closes this bishop.
Correct.
Maybe the
And if
best
he
move
E6?
is D5 makes some sense because after take, it's not so easy to attack this just with pawn, but then you don't have D4 so easily.
D5 is there, but what if E6 again?
E6, then what about your bishop here?
No, that so बाद में B6,
Castle.
B7 and so on.
D5, right?
Actually, you don't like D6, you said.
I
But
mean,
what's
look
the
at this,
problem
Amrita.
with
If you
that?
play D5 and play E5, and I think your bishops are very blocked.
D4. Wait.
Possible. I mean, I'm better here. That's my feeling.
ठीक है. D3.
Yeah.
Will you allow?
If I allow you C4, maybe it gets risky, but if I can make sure that you don't get it, Queen E3, attacking.
Let's ask a question to the chat. The first question, what should white play over here? And Kinara says, hi Sagar, we met in Singapore during the World Championship. While I'm a huge fan of Gukesh.
Oh.
Oh.
Where? I was not there. Maybe after the event when I came there.
No, where is the negative coverage? I don't know exactly. Maybe the print media. Okay, there are a lot of questions in general about is it possible to castle long, like developing two bishops and corner knight and push the rook into the corner. So people are interested in this position. Guys, how do you like this position in general? And currently, which out of the top 10 boards, which opening, on which board do you find it the most interesting?
By the way, the answer is Queen C5 check, winning the pawn.
Naruto chess with Shankdeep, Nayan, Gayatri, Rock, Digitalogy, Nitant. Amazing, guys, because it is 2:16 p.m. and you are already solving here. And maybe some of you, if you are not in India, it's morning time. Anybody who got the answers are out of India? Generally, I assume morning time दिमाग नहीं चलता है, थोड़ा कम चलता है. So well done. Okay, Ajju Bhai. Digitalogy likes Ajju Bhai's opening. Abhay says love from London. Cooking says it's 1:47 a.m. here. Where? Nitant is watching from Netherlands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Sakar is also here. From Portland, 1:47 a.m.
By the way, Amrita, knight b6, knight e2 by Arjun. Very surprising.
What is this idea? Knight takes d5, c4 that you showed, no?
Yeah, wow.
Knight f4 is covered.
Wow.
But still, why would he reject d4? I'm wondering.
No, I think he just likes this more.
Because if d5 is not played, suppose, if you go back.
Yeah.
No, not d5, sorry.
He played knight f6 actually, best move.
Knight d5.
Actually, what is the knight? Why is the knight better here than here? I think here this pin can get nasty.
Oh.
Also, Amrita, here queen b5 check can be very powerful.
Oh, so 92 is actually a very nice practical move. Actually, Arjun finds some very good practical ideas.
Hmm.
They may not be the best all the time, but they're very practical.
Arjun is
Puts
super
opponent
good.
in.
Super good.
Hmm.
We are lucky to have a player like Arjun in India.
Hmm. Yeah, very different style. And
Amazing guy.
then,
Every time I see him, I feel like, wow, if I had a son someday, I would like him to be like Arjun. Ajju bhai.
Juba. What
Always,
about Castle?
always kind, always nice, always, you know, talks. Yeah, very, really great qualities. P3.
This is one amazing thing, no, about the players, even the top players, who they are not arrogant at all.
Hmm.
And I think that is where one of the things, like if you ask the goat of chess in chess, then if you have to say in terms of humbleness, it is Vishy. I think he
Definitely.
has been the world, he's been that world champion who has been the most humble.
Correct. I think lot can be learned from Anand through his conduct, both on and off the board. And also, of course, a lot can be learned from all the people in the world of chess. Different people have different qualities. Today, I want to actually invite one more world champion uh, to our studio. That is the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik. So maybe if he mentioned that he can join today.
Mm, got it.
That's good news.
Okay, interesting. Wow. We have Arizona also, Sagar, people watching. Love from Kerala, Pune, Germany, Delhi. Sarthak says, Sagar, I have recently passed 10th grade and I'm thinking of joining chess coaching. Should I do it or just focus on my studies? What do you think? Hmm.
Very tough question, Sarthak bhai. It's actually a life decision that you are asking about.
No,
And
but chess coach, he will keep studying. No, he just joins a coaching class.
like
He's
to
not saying
learn
that
or
I
to
will leave.
teach.
Learn. Isn't it, Sarthak?
Very tough question. I mean, he asked it in a way where there are
हाँ
lot of counter questions there.
हाँ पहले थोड़ा क्लैरिटी दे दो इन जनरल
Karth
थैंक यू प्रतीक
Karthikeyan versus Mikhalevsky is this way, Amruta.
I would be very ruthlessly honest with you that all the games with d4
Hmm.
for the opening stage I think not very interesting
Right. I mean, not interesting from the perspective of freestyle
because we
chess,
have
right? Because we are
of course every game in chess can be made interesting कितना भी कुछ भी है तो but when we have something with e4
yeah.
तो फिर d4 को थोड़ा
So
सा
maybe
कम भाव
Magnus
मिलेगा
game is the most
Magnus and
interesting.
Arjun. No, Magnus and Arjun.
Hmm.
What has happened? Maybe one quick look at
Yeah.
all Indian games we should take
That's what I
for
was
a
doing
round.
right now. I just saw Karthikeyan game and now I'm showing Arvind game. Again, it's very similar. Hans Niemann has played Karo Kanya.
Got converted into Garokan type
Yeah.
of a structure,
Yeah.
actually.
Aryan has gone for d4 f5. Whoa, Aryan Chopra in an aggressive mode today, playing the Dutch defense.
Wow, and he's got a pretty decent position.
Yeah, very nice.
Amazing. So this also opening perspective is different and interesting. And Harshit Raja कहाँ तक पहुंच गया?
Harshit Raja.
Pratik says hoping to see CBI grow a lot more team to support with commentary, logistics, and OBS. Exactly, Sagar. You know, if at all OBS would be managed, we have to find a way where you can make moves, but rest of the things you don't have to do, like changing the cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
like
No, we
that.
have that
Because then you save a
possibility.
lot of energy. Handling OBS takes a lot of energy.
No, we have that possibility. Nordwin has helped us in the past. We can ask them.
But moves you, yeah, you were only making the moves, even World Championship. That's true. And commentary, yeah, we need to find more people. If every time there is going to be a tournament, then
Yes. Amruta, E4, C5, Knight F3, D5 by Magnus.
ooh, Magnus is like, look, guys, in Sicilian, if I'll go Kevin engine, anyway, at the end of it, the idea is to get the D5 brick in the center. वो तो मुझे अब भी मिल रहा है. Why should I wait?
Yeah. So take, and maybe now instead of taking with the rook, I can go Knight B6 to take here. That could be a good idea.
I am thinking what can, okay, white can maybe simply short castle here. But wait, do I have a better idea? Maybe Mamedev thought that Magnus will.
That's a good idea, Amruta. Take now, queen takes. Knight comes out.
I have to take knight b6 short castle in it. But okay, maybe this is
okay.
better. This is better, maybe,
Okay.
because then knight doesn't come to.
But even this short castle, knight takes. This is looking so comfortable for black, right? Or not? Or maybe here we can even not take this pawn and go bishop g4 pin. You go queen e2 or queen e3, I don't know.
Queen e3 is a tempo. Queen e4.
Queen e3.
Queen e4. 4.
95. Queen e4. But knight f6?
थोड़ा तो problem है ही.
So queen e3, knight d5, queen
e2
c5,
ही forced हो गया ना
bishop
फिर?
f3, gf3, and the king is too weak, Amruta. It's almost getting made.
My God, if Carlsen's game finishes in within 15 moves, it will go
I'm just
insane.
making bad moves. Just.
Yes, my earrings are chessboard.
Oh, wow.
Arjun's knight is stuck at e1, says Abhay.
Arjun's knight has just not begun its journey, Abhay. It will get into the game. Look at this. Oh, now it is stuck. But it will go c4 and knight c2, I believe. But b3.
Yeah, yesterday I
b3
think
is superb move, Amruta, by the way. b3. Beautiful.
Because Fabi also played a similar thing. You
Yeah.
remember against Murli?
Yeah.
And this is another way to get the knight out. b3, c4, knight c2, knight e3.
Yes.
Very cool.
And also Ajuba is not at the board. He's gone somewhere. So
Somewhere मतलब in the hall. वो थोड़ी ना movie देखने जाएगा.
हाँ मतलब कहीं पे तो he's somewhere. I don't know where.
Do you see Harshit by walking? Because I'm sure he will come and have a look at Arjun's game. So we might get a glance at Harshit. By the way, Sridhar Rajgopalan says, well done, Sagar, Harshit and Amrita ji. I am 56 years old and never was chess so accessible. So yeah,
Thank you.
A crazy gamer says, I am from Telangana, Ajju Bhai's home state.
आज सब लोग बहुत अच्छे कमेंट्स भेज रहे हैं अमृता.
हाँ.
That's so nice of them.
Sarthak says, I just need to learn, not that I want to make a career on it. Arey, it's a great idea. Obviously, I would always suggest people कि सिर्फ पढ़ाई मत करो. Generally, there are two things तो 100% we can do simultaneously. उतना human caliber is always there. And it actually brings a lot of freshness into the other things because sometimes it becomes a little monotonous. So new ideas So two things, some physical activity, 3 things I think. Young हो तो करना ही है. Have you guys ever been to Assam? Yeah, we have been to Guwahati. We've been to Meghalaya. I mean around Assam as well. Pratik says you guys inspired to not waste my life. Lol.
Arey, bye.
That's
What a compliment. Too high a compliment.
Nahi, but if you're right now watching our stream, then you might be wasting your life, no? It's a question. Think about it.
By the way, Arjun has made such a small, as a threat diya hai uske B3. He's like, I'm going to connect my pawns together like this. And if you don't do anything, and if you do something, then anyway I will play C4 and then I'll get D4 and I'll be very happy. So, very, very nice move. This is typical Ajjubai move, which has a lot of power in a very quiet move.
And if you compare two openings right now, because we have in the top boards one game of Mameda with E4 and Arjun's game with E4. And if you compare the openings, you see these slight differences where the knight on E2, how it is helping white so much.
Yes.
Like with the threats. And also with the D5 pawn and a knight on B6. Again and again, it's going to get kicked away and it doesn't have good squares. Knights are meant to have, as I say, guys, permanent house. Permanent residences are very important. Rented places do not work for them.
Nice. Wow. Beautiful, Amrita. What a deep thought.
So knights can never live in Mumbai. That's the whole point.
By the way, Amrita, look at Magnus. He did find the best move. After ED5, he played knight B6 and his position already looks beautiful. Knight takes D5 is coming.
Yes. And okay, can you go? Let's say I try to save. I can't save, literally speaking. Short castle ही करना पड़ेगा, but bishop g4 is another irritating threat.
Yeah,
and h3
exactly.
looks
This
very
is
slow.
really, and this is, if Rao castles, I'll be very interested to see if Magnus takes or plays bishop g4. My guess is he
BG4.
will play bg4 because he's thinking, he has like a great mindset for freestyle chess.
No, BG4 for sure, Sagar, because it's like that thing, like, let's say you are shown planning to buy, then you will see another book.
Sorry,
And
can
then
you repeat because you got broken in between? फिर से बोलोगे?
No, I was
If you are
saying
planning
that
to buy what?
suppose you see one book in a bookstore and you're planning to buy it, but then you see another one and you're like, नहीं, obviously यही book है जो मुझे खरीदना है. तो बस खत्म. तो BG4 is that move, and also I don't know if it is exciting. BG4, F5, Queen H5.
Sorry,
Ooh,
BG4?
wow.
BG4?
No. Black side, yeah. F5, Queen H5.
Oh, nice. Amazing.
Dishum.
Wow. And if Amrita Queen E2, here you can take with the knight, but you can also take with the rook because now you have a direct rook swing already.
So the attack is already coming deadly in fifth move, which generally would get such.
Jaldi ho gaya, but yeah, it is possible. It is possible.
But as I had predicted this even when we started, the game will end early.
No, I think Amrita, if he plays D4, he should be pretty fine, I think, because D4 really hits the center, does not castle or anything. It seems like a good move.
What about C4?
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, actually, this move is, and then you will take this with the rook, and my knight cannot come here. But okay, I can play C3, get my bishop out, knight C2.
Bishop G4. Now you have Bishop E4, kya? Nahi, F5.
Yeah, possible. Let's also like Queen E2 maybe.
Knight F6. Knight BD5, Knight E3. Yeah, Knight BD5.
नहीं ये मर रहा है Maybe you want to take
अरे
with
नहीं,
the
then
other
knight
knight?
fd5, but then 93.
No, 93 knight f4.
Oh,
Yeah.
then I'm not worried.
Yeah, it might be like castle. Sorry, king g1. Castle.
Castle. Should I go castle?
And
I don't
Amrita,
know. I get
here there are two
tempted
moves,
with-
both of which you will like for black. Go for it, Amrita.
Hello.
Yeah, here there are two moves that black
I-
has, both of
हाँ.
which you will like.
अच्छा. Okay. f5 तो एक है ही. Guys,
f5, very nice. With queen coming in. Wow. What else here?
मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे, थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे.
Works.
d6.
Yeah.
You know what can be an amazing concert idea is that we are showing all the rook lift games, and then Adnan Sami is actually singing this song,
Wow. That would be
and
something.
all the chess players are also dancing.
Wow.
Okay, as I say, I have a lot of weird ideas
Hmm.
which can never be executed.
But these are good ideas.
Yeah. Oh, Gayatri says I am from Thrissur, Kerala, which is the hometown of the speed monster Nehal Sarin. क्या बात है? And he's also going to be playing EWC. So,
Nice.
wow.
Okay, Amrita. So this position Magnus already looks pretty good. Let's look at Esipenko versus Vincent board 2. Because you know, if Vincent is able to come up ahead, then last round Vincent versus Magnus with an ability for Vincent to catch Magnus will be like epic. Think about it. Like Vincent wins here, he's on 7. If Magnus wins, he's on 8. And then Vincent versus Magnus, 7 versus 8. Actually, is Vincent on right now 6 or maybe? Oh, maybe he's not even on 6. Oh, okay. He's on 5.5. He cannot catch Magnus if Magnus wins. Only Esipenko can catch him.
Only
If
Esipenko.
Magnus
Esipenko
wins,
is a
Amruta,
possible.
if Magnus wins this round and Esipenko loses or draws, then Magnus is the champion with 1 round to spare.
Wow, 1 round to spare.
Yeah.
Open tournament, clean sweep. Okay, what is the chance of Arjun meeting Magnus in the last round? Like,
No
can you
chance.
show the standings
Zero.
to the people once?
0.
Oh. So no Indian got to play against Magnus.
Yeah, no one got to play. These are the standings.
And yeah, Arjun on 5.5. Where is Arjun? Yes, Sagar, where is Arjun? He's not in the standings. So he's actually on 5. Okay. Pratik says, for some reason, I like that there are lesser people in the stream today. Our comments get to you. This is an advantage when there are few people.
आज कितने लोग हैं?
You can interact. 670. Our
Oh.
stream is not getting.
It's not reaching people.
No, it isn't. Dev says, I am from Trivandrum, Kerala, which is the hometown of S.L. Narayanan. Bright Soul has asked, do you guys think Magnus will continue his streak today? Yes, I think he'll go for 9 out of 9. What about you, Sagar?
I doubt.
Sagar has doubts. Raja ji ko dikhao. Raja is losing? नहीं, I don't think so. ना जल्दी नहीं है possible. Oh, hello from California, says Ankit Dalal.
Oh. We know only Ankit Dalal from Ahmedabad.
Ah,
Maybe he reached California.
Someone says you both are the dream couple for chess players.
अरे बट अमृता
You
हर्षित भाई का गेम हो गया?
ऐसा कैसे हो जाएगा?
ये नहीं चल रहा है भाई.
हाँ, वो लूजिंग है ऐसे बोले, बट इतने जल्दी will he be really losing? Because I believe in Harshit's opening. He has, except for Nepo, he has played opening really well. Even with Arjun, I think for freestyle, I am calling opening is like first 6 moves is opening.
Yeah, but he
After a year, it
already
will
here
become-
he has played it a little passively
Hmm.
because here I didn't understand this move knight b d7. Like it's very interesting, but like what is he doing? Castle.
He rectified. He went there, knight b6. He
I
said
think what
sorry.
he wants c6 and e5, I guess.
But he lost 2 moves, no? Knight b6, knight d7.
No. His knight was on a8, so he went here and came back.
Ah. This is good, no? What's the
What if
problem?
bishop f4? I think he'll go knight h5 to get rid of this diagonal. And the moment the bishop leaves it, then he'll play c6.
And he might go into Stonewall ideas with f5 and d6 and trying to go for an attack over there.
Could be.
Knight d f6, knight e4. नहीं हर्षित भाई जीतेगा ये.
His opponent is
100%.
actually a 12-year-old boy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. He's from if you look at his performance here, he has played amazingly well. Sklokin. He has drawn with Aryan Chopra, beaten Dennis Wagner, drew with Anton Guyaro, beaten IM 2450. So
Wow. No,
Very-
he cannot be underestimated. मतलब he's very strong.
Sklokin. Very tough.
Too
guy.
good. By the way, I would like to look at the comments.
Yes, Amrita, please.
This is Nacho says I'm from AP, which is the home state of Koneru Hampi. Everyone's very proud of their wherever the players are from, which is nice. Aniket says, did you see the tweet from Sutowski where he said commentators are having a tough time in freestyle where they cannot follow the depth and show historical examples? Maybe maybe it's us. No problem, guys. Everybody has a like can share their opinions, like we share so many, right, over here.
I mean, in general, it's difficult to commentate on freestyle, but we are getting better at it. Like before, we used to not know anything what to say. Now we know a little bit more. So I believe if we keep commentating for 3-4 events, 5 events, 10 events, we'll keep getting better every event.
Yeah, no, and it's very interesting. New sublog. You guys are also trying to understand different positions here every game. मजा तो आ रहा है. Yeah. Can you show Pranesh Match asks Josh कुछ interesting चल रहा है क्या?
100%. Why not? It's a great question.
Wow, he's got the center control. Yeah, it has become interesting.
He's playing Avonder Liang.
Oh, important matchup. Maybe Avender is elder for sure. 4-5 years elder रहेगा ना Avender Leon?
I guess 2 years maybe, because Avonder should be also 2004 or 5 born, like Prague, maybe similar age, and Pranesh is 2006 born, so not too big a difference, I guess.
Got it.
But
Okay, so
Amruta,
Pranesh with the center control, how is it position according to you?
played like here. Avonder could have taken the pawn, but instead he went d6, and Pranesh was like knight. He brought his knights out and castled, and now looks clearly better with this. And I think Avonder is struggling because this pawn is defended, this pawn is defended, f4, e5.
कुछ भी नहीं है. Look, knight should have been on f6 in a normal sense, but it is on g6. This knight is on b6, again not coming in the game. But to compensate, at least black needed to have amazing bishops. But b8 bishop also is going to take some time to wake up and get ready.
Yeah.
And bishop on c8 is ready, but it has to wait for the b8 bishop.
He's ready, but has nothing to do. Nice. Dono bishop, these two bishops are like they are like siblings and they are ready to leave, but this bishop is gotten up but has nowhere to go. This bishop उठ रहा ही नहीं है. It's not waking up.
मेरे जैसा है,
Knight
बाप
G3.
रे,
But now
crazy.
look at this, Amruta. Strong center, good bishops, nice knights. What do you need? It's a huge advantage.
Yeah, Pranesh has a great position, and I don't think he will let it slip away. And also, guys, if you remember, Avandar shifted to freestyle. For all those who don't know, first 5 rounds he played in classical chess,
Yeah.
and now he's shifted. So there is no prize money for him anyway. But I think he got one of the amazing things that he got to play with Magnus yesterday, and
Yes.
yeah, today he's getting to play with Pranesh as well. So it's a great decision.
I think that was the big thing that he got a chance to play with Magnus is a nice thing because you know that's something that
Yeah.
people can think about all their life overall.
And also, if at all last round Avendar gets to play Harshit Raja, तो फिर तो उसका टूर्नामेंट क्या ही.
Right.
तू इतना सीरियसली क्यों आंसर दे रहा है राइट?
मतलब अपन फॉलो करेंगे
जोक
ना
था
यार.
रे, जोक था सागर, जोक.
Sorry. I was
जब भी
just
जोक,
writing to the YouTube team की.
हाँ, YouTube को लिख दो. But I think I'm telling you, when overall I feel whenever there is IPL and all going on, the algorithm changes. So even if you're right, I am saying let's stay mentally prepared. 25th May तक IPL है, and not many would be able to join, which is okay. Maybe we can have a community post for every live and delete it. Because post कम रहता है ना, वो शायद से जा सकता है. But anyway, Ashish says I'm from Chhattisgarh and no known player from here. Oh, Ashish, Chhattisgarh, I have great memories from Raipur because I had won the under 16 national championship in Raipur. So, and my brother also made a norm over there. GM norm, I think.
Done.
I am norm, sorry. Yours says, Sagar bhai, I'm from USA, came show, you guys are amazing. Thanks for this.
Oh, thank you, bhai. Thank you. Oh, Amruta, D4 on the board. Good move by Rao.
Bye.
Rao Mamedov, Rao.
मुझे I heard Rao ने बढ़िया
नहीं, but Amruta,
मराठी
now
त्याला राव करून टाकलं.
C4 is what you had mentioned, but Magnus gives a check, which might be even better than your move.
100%. If Magnus has played it, कोई doubt ही नहीं है.
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ
And
नहीं
now
है,
92
ऐसा तो थोड़ी ना है. ये मतलब Magnus गलती करता है. He's not a computer.
नहीं. I mean, if I find a move and any move he will find, it will be better than the move I find. That
Not necessary. But this is a really going to be a nightmare for Rao. Because now with the queens of the board, I think what he can do here is to mix it up with King G1. But even that position looks dangerous. You know, like now the king cannot castle anymore and Magnus can castle.
But I will be very honest with you. This is not as exciting as the queen being on h5 and creating an attack over there. I was very keen on the f5 ideas, bishop g4 and
Yes.
f5 and queen
But
h5.
Amruta, like
So
you might be
exchanging queens
honest
are-
with me, but overall, like today's position in itself is not that exciting like every position. You know, as we discussed, right? Some positions are very rich. They lead to games which are fun. Some positions lead to a little more dry game, and today is one such position.
This how like just go back queen on e8 for a moment until Mamidev plays. And if we d4 khela na. What else? c4 was the move which we had seen.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's played. What did he play? Queen
Queen b5 check,
Queen
queen
e2.
e2, And the point is, if I take and
He
push
took.
c4, it happened,
Took.
yeah. And now
Yes.
c4 without a doubt. Like I can
Fabi ko
put my
dekho na
house
wahan
on
pe.
stake, Amruta.
नहीं, tell me something else.
No, really.
Fabi क्या कर रहा है उधर?
Amruta,
Looking
I
at the
played
screen.
it. c4 on the board.
You are happy,
c4
yeah?
on the board. I'm thinking that Magnus is going to give a master class now.
Endgame Masterclass.
Endgame Masterclass. Not that Ralph is a bad player or anything of that sort. It's just that now with the knight, look, in his mind it's already knight comes here, I'll castle, pawn to e6 if needed or not. I will maybe not. Bishop comes out, b5, a5, b4. It's like plans are all made up.
Okay, but without the queens on the board, okay. But Magnus should make it interesting. He's at medium stress level.
Yes.
Without the queens on the board. By the way, Suspicious says, Cyrus, I'm a big fan of you. Your commentary is just unmatchable.
That sounds suspicious.
Wow. Sarthak says, you engine recently won the world championship, but her post doesn't even have 10k likes, while Gukesh's post crossed 1 million. Why is that so? Also, it matters, I think it happened in China, no? Because social media over there is restricted in, as far as I know.
I would love to do an interview with Ju and Jun actually. I don't know when, but maybe tomorrow. I have to write today then. By the way, guys, we are going to Bundesliga to cover the last.
You're going to Bundesliga?
Not me, Aditya and Abudaya.
So until
I'm coming back.
Yes, please come back.
C4. C3 played. And now knight takes d5.
Shailendra has asked, do you think lack of theory is a major reason for most GMs aren't doing well at freestyle? If so, then isn't this a better measure of how good one is at chess?
Yeah, it's interesting. How do you look at chess as, for example, do you look at chess as just something which involves a lot of creative work, like creatively playing it and energy, tactics, and all of it? Or do you look at opening as a part of chess? And some people do look at opening prep as a part of chess, and it's completely missing here. So then they don't relate to it anymore. Like, some players have spent their maybe 20 years, last 20 years, just preparing openings. And they haven't yet reached what they would like to achieve in chess. And they worked really hard on it. And suddenly comes a variant of chess which, you are talking that, hey, now your opening prep is no longer that relevant. In fact, not at all relevant. So then, I don't know, Amrita. It's not like so simple to say that, hey, this is the most like creative form of chess or something.
No, the whole point is chess now, like if you talk about classical chess, has become a opening preparation is also a big part of chess, right, guys? So that's why if somebody is good at opening and able to create novelties and beat the opponent, it does mean that he's good at preparing openings, which is also one of the skill which is required.
Yeah,
now freestyle is saying
opening preparation part of chess, or it's something that some people think
part of chess.
It's not chess at all. It's just like ratta marna, by heart karna. This is not what chess stands for.
That's what is the approach of some people, and that's why they are not able to get to the top, right? Because something you are rigid about something at the end of it, but as of now, it is a part of chess. Like you cannot deny it. If you want to play chess at the top level, it cannot be like I don't prepare openings and you just go and play. Then you will be crushed. So for now, whether you like it or you don't like it, it is a part of it. Now the freestyle is saying that if you don't like it, there is another avenue over here without opening for now. because it is not possible. And this is where people, especially when does it start getting a bit difficult for opening preparation is when you're growing older, because then you keep forgetting things. Then to memorize stuff is difficult. At that point of time, you have a job, you have your partner, you have kids, and there is so much to take care of. कितने line याद रखेगा ना आदमी? So then when you go and play a freestyle, it's more about creativity. So here it is more creative chess. And now that chess has become a little bit more about opening preparation and so on. And when chess, guys, when chess 960 was developed, what I read, which was very funny, was that at that point also they thought to get rid of the opening. So even 150 years also they thought, 150 years ago also they thought the same thing, even when the theory was maybe only like 10 moves in classical chess, or some places 15 moves or something. So it's always going to be a problem for some people who don't like to memorize. And I think many of the people are in general not happy about memorizing things. किसको मजा आएगा? School also they say कि by heart करके मत जाओ. Like, can you by heart mathematics and accounts? I did that, but exactly because I just had to pass, which was the wrong thing, obviously. But
No one taught you how to study, actually.
yeah, I wasn't interested. From fifth standard, I was like, make a school. But I wasn't interested in. I love playing chess. No, I just wanted to play
The
chess.
problem is, Amruta, that if someone doesn't want to prepare openings in the modern chess, like in the standard chess, there is no option there.
There is. I have always said there is an option. Some option. At least, like opening, you'll have to still prepare, but a pairing should be put out only 2 minutes before the round.
Yeah, that could be an interesting idea. Oh, that's a great idea, actually. Oh,
That is how it used to be in my childhood until a point.
guys, the
Pairing
Amruta
was
has come
never
up with a
good.
great idea
It's
for
not
normal chess.
It is
That
always
put up the pairing like 2 minutes before the round.
वो rapid and blitz में क्या होता है? One day rapid when we go and play. So that is the fun of it.
No,
no,
that's
Saturday?
really an interesting idea. Really. Because if you get 24 hours, you are just preparing. Here, at least you don't know whom you will face.
Take anything for example. If you know your exam is after 6 months, you'll keep preparing. If you think शादी is in 3 months, उतना prepare करोगे. शादी 6 महीने के बाद है तो उतना तुम करते ही बैठोगे. It is never ending basically. So the fun is to think on the board creatively and come up with innovative ideas.
True. Great point, Amruta. Great point. Guys, please do think about Amruta's point here. Very interesting. By the way, Harshit Bhai kind of made his opponent also go for this decision to go knight d2 and e5.
He inspired him to play chess like him. E5.
Already, oh, e4 by Sklokin. Good move by Sklokin. Now the position is around equal. Like I can play take, e5, dc3. Attacking here, so bc3. And he can play this position for compensation.
A lot of weak pawns. Yeah, this looks very good actually. So e5 is a great move, and Harshit was the first one to break in the center.
Yeah.
Sagar, this is exactly the maintaining tension wala position, na?
True.
Yesterday we were talking about.
Yeah, but this time I think he has to release it soon because ED is coming and it could become very stressful. But maybe c6 and just keep it, and then it's like, wow, that's pressure. Somehow it's pressure.
Yeah, and generally a stronger player is able to handle the tension in a better way.
Yes.
So,
Amruta, I'll go to
Leon.
very quickly.
Magnus, but Leon is winning, says Yash. Once, if we can just check that. And I have a lot of. Maybe I have missed the chat. If there is anything interesting, I'll look later.
Leon is on which board?
Leon, no?
Yeah, he's here, 22. He has a very good position actually. C4. Castles. Very nice. Very nice position. Very solid position.
Uncle Ben is asking you, Sagar, do you remember your round 3 game in 2007 Commonwealth Chess? Oh, I thought he's the opponent first. Okay, wow, what a. I thought you
Round
played
3
with
was
him.
with Prathamesh, no?
Yes, yes.
It was the day when I met Amruta. It was the day when we spoke actually.
First talk anniversary, which we celebrated. Opening preparation provides huge advantage to top players because they have seconds to prepare opening along with all top resources. But freestyle provides a balanced approach for all players. Absolutely, Randir. Rudra says good things come to those who strive to be better at their weakness and always try to improve, even if he wins or loses. True. In low level, it doesn't matter because whoever are paired against, they don't have games on DGT boards or maybe very less. Am I correct? Asked Tushar. Yes, at a lower level, but nowadays, because there are so many, like at least about 2000 rating, you will find games in database. So you can prepare. So at absolute lower level, it's slightly different. Surya says memorization is a fundamental basis over which innovation should be built upon. Without memorizing ABCs, maths tables, etc., wouldn't be so easy for us now. It depends on certain things need certain formulas. Let's say if it is maths, you will need some formulas. Similarly, over here, when it should become more of pattern recognition, which is what many people think about chess. So let's say pin and forks and all these tactics become pattern recognition. But you cannot have a by-hearted position all the time, so it's maybe versus people who don't enjoy memorizing that way, but otherwise there is a lot of beauty for people who love to prepare openings. I think they have an amazing advantage. The problem is engines became stronger. Otherwise, it was perfect. Even opening preparation was, even if you do it, it's not still possible to do it well. Sarthak says, what was going on in your head when you slipped in front of Magnus Carlsen? Oh, yeah, that when I was walking and I normally calculate when I'm moving backwards because I like, okay, I'll look back and I'll see I can go back around these many steps without worrying. And then SL Narayanan was there. He was also going in that direction, but suddenly he stopped. And so there was a slight, kind of in English, what is the word? Like we hit each other in some way, but then it was just a bit of the part where I lost my balance, and then it was a horrible fall because that night I had a flight, and yeah, no, it was really bad. And Abhiday was there, so he also was shooting. And normally it's like Sagar and I, we can easily go backwards and shoot, like, of course, all our team also in that sense. So it was the first time that the calculation error, guys. Calculation error, nahi. I didn't predict that this could also happen, but ho jata hai. He also was not, SL also was not aware of it. So bichara. Okay, coming back to the position, guys, a lot of interesting discussions we are able to have. with less people. But coming back to the position, knight c2 by Mamedov has been played. Very slight initiative for Magnus, it says. I honestly did not predict an endgame will happen very soon. So, but Magnus will take the pawn on d5 right now, knight f d5. Because knight e3, you have knight f4 check, king f1, the idea of g3, and you don't have knight d3. So, what else? Wow. Of course, black has more space on the queen side because of the c4 pawn, if you see. And he also has a beautiful d5 square because of the same reason, which the knight cannot be kicked away from there. But I see a lot of exchanges could happen. The c4 pawn also gives a d3 square, which is beautiful. But it will be under control. Like, it's not easy for black knight to go there because there is to defend that to get the bishop to f5. Oh, what about now? Bishop f5. Is that an idea? Because you pin the knight and the knight can go to a3 and the bishop can get exchanged, and maybe it's a good exchange for black because then the d3 square will lose some control. So guys, what is the move you're thinking for Magnus? Because bishop f5 surely is one idea which can be considered. Should also bring up. Yeah, knight c2, bishop f5 is a possible move, knight f d5 also. But for bishop f5, how can white continue? People are saying flip the board. Yeah. Wow, who just says I'm playing my first rated tournament. Can you give some tips to decrease stress? Arey, it's your first tournament, so you should basically your stress will reduce when you would have a perspective of you're going to get a great experience, you're going to learn a lot of things. First tournament, it cannot be perfect, you will give your best, and it's going to be very exciting to play chess. Bas utna hi socho, don't think about result, don't be very hard on yourself, uh, keeping some expectation that I want to score this or I want to get rating or I want to, just go and play, and game by game you will understand what is happening, what are the mistakes. Oh yeah, he goes bishop f5. The move we were talking about, he's pinned the knight on c2. So just bindast khelo. That's what I tell people. Yeah, and when you sit on the board, as we have seen Gukesh and Vidit, they just sit there, they just breathe, get all their concentration. It helps to calm your mind. What will you hurt more, losing on time or by checkmate? It depends. It's not so easy. When you're winning and you lose on time, it's very different. When you're outplayed and then you get checkmated, it's kind of different. Normally, it's said that a better player knows when to resign. But sometimes when the opponent has some beautiful checkmate, it's also something which you allow on the board as a gesture. But if I'm anyway losing, then yeah, it doesn't matter. What's more? Oh, Mysterious says yesterday I got an opportunity to visit the tournament hall and meet most of the top players, especially Harshit Bhai. It's a different feeling to meet humble person like him in person. क्या बात है. So this is exciting that a place Karlsruhe. I don't know how big is the city, by the way, but so many of you are able to visit and meet. Sometimes you think that okay, this is an outskirt. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा लोग नहीं रहेंगे. Sultan is saying Leon is playing on another level. Amazing. Amazing. Sagar is back. Tushar, I think Tushar, that question should be for Sagar. Fabito is only roaming only. Hello, yo.
Yes, Amrita, I had a call with our YouTube manager and spoke about the issues, and he asked me to further talk with a few people and see what is possible.
Oh, okay. Amazing.
Yeah. Let's see, guys. होते रहता है, बड़ी बड़ी देशों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है, सेनोरिटा.
No, this is one of the risks. Yeah, it is insane that in Facebook, like last to last year now, actually, World Cup, where Prague guy versus Carlsen and Facebook pe our video became very, very popular, like in general. And then Facebook thinks, oh, it is bots. But obviously, chess, when the chess people are interested, there is so much community over there. And it was all real and all organic. And then they just feel that it is bots, and then they stop the monetization, and they stop recommending the page, and here you are completely not at fault, and then you try but nothing works out. So these are the risks when it is about YouTube and Facebook and all these platforms. They decide on their own. At the end of it, they are, they're not humans, so there are risks involved. Yeah. Okay, Sagar, Bishop F5. One question before you get into it, so that we can then get into it with the flow.
क्या
Tushar
बात,
has asked so many
अमृता, आप
advice.
तो बोलने के बाद टॉपिक भी you changed very quickly and हाँ बोलो.
Yeah, sorry. Please say something for that.
No,
I'm so
it's
sorry.
great. So right now bishop b1 by Magnus, knight b1, and then knight f d5, and this is quite a pleasant position for Magnus for a few reasons. One is that he has more space on the queen side. His knight is blockading here, and then he will slowly try and create some play, like I don't know what would be the right way to continue, but this is something we can learn from Magnus. Will he kind of start to try and push his kingside pawns here somehow? Will he try to push his queenside pawns somehow? What is the way? And Amrita, one more thing which we should remember in chess and in life for all the people is, many times our plans cannot be just based on what we ought to be doing, because the opponent also exists. So opponent may also do something, like the moment he plays g3, suddenly h5 h4 becomes the plan, or this. So I'm very very curious to see how Magnus plays this end game. Like right now he's just exchanged bishop knight b1, तो बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलेगा इसमें.
True, I agree with you. It's nicely put over there. Magnus chose this because he loves.
हाँ, उसका बर्थडे है, देने को बचा कौन? हाँ, एक ही बचा है वो. हाँ, पब्लिश होता है ना. हाँ, ठीक है, दिखा सकते हैं तो दिखा दे. ये देगा. हाँ, he took knight d5.
No, I think it's a great. Sagar, by the way, before we get into it, one last question from Tushar. I'll read. So many advice for players. Can you give some advice to chess creators how they can grow if they are not titled players? From you, if you have any advice there.
My biggest advice is to do something that you like overall, and to try and experiment a lot to reach a place where you find something that you enjoy doing and people also enjoy watching, and it doesn't happen on first go. So you have to be like, you have to be like this person who is trying to find gold by digging, let's say, places, but the first dig will not lead to the gold. So you dig, you see, then you go ahead, then you dig, then you again see. When like this, you keep doing, and then at some point you will hit upon it. Of course, you have to keep in mind what strengths you have. Like some people really enjoy talking to people. Like for example, Samay, for that matter, he really enjoyed speaking to the chat. So he built a community around it. He then built Discord channel. He built stuff which his community could. He built memberships around it and so on. During while he was streaming chess, he was not a titled player. And there is Hikaru, who is really good with his strength, and he builds around it. Like he plays Title Tuesday, he plays arenas, he plays speed runs, and all of this. So you have to figure that out and find what is your niche. I think one creator which recently has caught my attention and I think he's doing really well is this guy called Sadistic Tushi. If you look at his channel, I don't think he's super strong as a player, but he's creating content. The way he speaks and so on is very interesting. It's interesting what he's doing.
Wow. Nice advice. And something which you can consistently do. Yeah, the same. Okay, if you love that, you
if you
will be
like
able to do
it, you can
consistently.
do. Like I enjoy reviewing games and doing commentary on it, so I can do it every day. By the way, Amrita, G3
स्ट्रेस क्यों बढ़ गया मैग्नस का? Now Magnus is not happy क्या? Or did he see something?
back.
G3.
Kabhi look at this E6 Magnus. Amrita, also sometimes I see Magnus play such positions super quick. Like he doesn't even think much. F6.
Yeah,
Look,
I
this
think maybe
move,
it's
Amrita,
more natural.
F6. Look at this F6. This is really amazing move. Yeah, I would have played
Why?
E6 here because my feeling is my bishop is here, so I would put my pawn here, king up.
Knight square.
But Magnus says I want to limit the knight from coming ahead. So he pushes f6 and he doesn't even think for a minute. And look at his focus. Like in such positions, Magnus would generally not be thinking so hard. Like because he knows what he wants to do. Maybe g5 next, maybe e5 next. I don't know, e5 is not coming, but e6, king f7.
No, G5 is definitely a great idea because it is restricting the whites. Dark square bishop also. G4 is in the air at some point, matlab, because knight h4 hai. But
Yeah.
G4 is deadly, in fact. Wow. F6, you're right. बहुत ही classy move है. Also, king stays on F7, where the light square bishops have been exchanged, and there is no check. Rook H E8 आके E5 with
Right.
the king on E2. Very nicely played, Moa. Like sometimes this one decision is changing, no? Many of the things, the whole flow, and if you have missed that move, suddenly you are wondering what to do. इतना बड़ा माइक लेके आया है वो, क्या ही चल रहा है? कोई बात भी नहीं कर रहा है उधर तो.
नहीं, he's trying to record everyone's breathing.
दूसरा बोर्ड पे जाओ. उधर क्यों है
Oh, by
सब
the way,
लोग?
Amrita, look
सेकंड
at
बोर्ड.
this is a new angle we have. ये तुमने देखा नहीं रहेगा, है ना?
नहीं.
This is great,
No, but
right?
he is shooting whom, Sagar? The mic wala. Fabi.
They are just documentary creators, yeah. They are traveling everywhere in the. But look at this, is so beautiful. Like, you know, guys, there are total 8 boards. 5 are from freestyle, 3 are from the open tournament. And Magnus is walking here and there. You can see his heart rate is under control. He's enjoying himself. सही है ये एंगल, मेरे को अच्छा लगा.
Yeah, very cool. In between sometimes too.
Yeah, I didn't know that we had this angle. It's just come out of the blue. I was checking and maybe they shifted their camera actually.
Look at Magnus. Now he's actually finally got up and feeling comfortable. F6 move भी ऐसा था.
And here Rauf is all alone thinking.
Yeah.
Sometimes Magnus has also spoken about it that
Hmm.
sometimes your you have created such an aura for yourself as an endgame maestro that when an endgame comes, the opponent itself starts to go wrong. This happens
Yeah.
many times with great people in general who are good at something that they do. That the moment they go into a space, people start to feel a little bit worried about that, or like that what they're going to do. So you might see like someone who's good at making deals and has that, the other person already knows that, oh, this guy is going to do really good here, something like this.
Yeah.
So Magnus
Like
is a bit,
yesterday, even when Harshit played with Arjun, sometime
yes,
it could have
yes,
impacted.
yes,
No, you were
exactly,
saying, you were
that he is
asking
a
him.
madman. Magnus says he's a
Hmm.
madman. He knows, he loves to create chaos and so on.
True. Hmm.
So it's very difficult for Rauf actually here, this position. Apart from it being objectively equal, it is difficult. Actually, there is a very nice story, Amruta,
He
of
played.
this.
What?
The story is of Gary Kasparov, I think,
Oh,
where
please share.
one of the things about Gary was that the way he looked at his opponents, the way in which he would show his aggression, would
Hmm.
often make them so uncomfortable that they would not be able to withstand his pressure. On the board, of course, he would create that. But then when he faced Deep Blue
Hmm.
and, playing against a machine, there was this one game. By the way, I think Rauf has gone knight fd2, which is a nice
Yeah.
move, by the way. He is maybe angling to put his knight on e4 to c5, could
Wow.
be, or even more so, he's threatening to go b3, I feel, because his knight defends c3.
Both are great ideas. Perfectly using the F6 move with the E6 square also being created as a weakness.
I would be
Then
surprised. I mean, I think Magnus would go rook c8.
to
Yeah,
stop B3, you are
yeah, because
saying,
b3, cb, ab,
and
knight
knight C.
c3 is hanging.
But knight E4 can be possible in this case.
Yes, 94, but here I feel like there are
Hmm.
two ways to stop it. One is bishop d6, and I mean, I'm happy to maybe give up my bishop. The other is knight a4, by which now I stop knight c5 and start my idea of this.
Authority attack kind of a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a nice move actually. In
Knight A4 is
fact,
nice because B2 is like bishop is tied down there. B5, B4 looks a bit unstoppable.
don't you think, Amruta, I can even go knight? I can't
No.
go knight a4 because c4 is hanging.
Why? Huh.
So start with
So rook
rook
C8
c8.
is an important move.
I think Magnus is going to do that. I'm surprised to see Magnus' stress level high. Maybe he's taking a bit of pressure of the tournament also. It's possible that,
Hmm.
he wants to win it, he wants to win this game. It means a lot to him, and so on.
True. Yeah, you were talking about Kasparov playing with deep blue.
Yeah, so when Kasparov was playing Deep Blue, he couldn't get this edge over the machine because there are no emotions that he could sort of see on the face of the machine and so on. And so even when there was this position where the computer went wrong at some point and Kasparov had a winning position, he agreed to a draw. It's a very famous story actually. I think it was game number 3 perhaps, or
Hmm.
2.
Hmm.
Actually, game 3, I guess. Because first, I think Kasparov lost, then he won, and then maybe game 3 or 4. And this would hardly ever happen against human beings, basically, for Kasparov. And I think this is why chess as a human endeavor is very interesting. Chess as a computer led, by the way, he played a move. I'm pretty sure rook c8, but I will be surprised. Maybe he might have gone bishop d6. Yeah, Amrita. That's also not a bad
No,
idea.
bishop is not on D6.
No.
Hmm.
Guys, Magnus. Move.
But also, if you see
Yeah,
that
rook
way,
c8, of course.
yeah, rook
Plays
C8 he
it.
finds the best
It's called a
move.
prophylaxis, guys. Prophylaxis against his opponent's idea.
Prophylaxis
Amrita,
is
look at
very.
Vincent. The way in which Vincent is standing there, looking at Magnus.
He's looking at Magnus, but he's thinking of the.
What a capture this is, yeah.
Very cool.
Nice, very nice.
Red shirt.
Yeah. So, what you were saying, Amrita?
No, I think, but still, the pressure an opponent can feel with off the board kind of things. Yeah. I think
Yes.
earlier it was a lot, maybe earlier in earlier generations it was there quite a lot. But I think now if you see, it's not there in that sense much. Like, let's say Magnus can get up and walk and all. That is a different one. But it's very rare that somebody keeps looking at the opponent full time or things like that. Something which is a bit uncomfortable, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
And that's where again I say that Vishy has been really an amazing person with the sportsman spirit. Yeah, highest sportsman spirit there.
Right.
In the earlier generations. Really, what he has brought in his attitude, with his attitude to the world, is a big it was a big change back then.
But Amrita, knight e4 on the board, the move that we thought, and I'm pretty sure that Magnus is going knight a4 here. So the game has become a little bit more concrete in nature because of the way in which Rauf is playing this.
We'll see other games also. What happened? नहीं कुछ गलत हो गया या तुम वही बोलने वाले थे क्या?
मैं तो रेडी हूँ अदर गेम देखने को. पर
अरे मैं तो कब से रेडी हूँ. मेरे को कब से लियोन, अर्जुन और इनका देखना है.
ओके, किसका देखेंगे पहले? एक एक करके फटाफट नहीं, एक एक बोलो फर्स्ट.
अभी फर्स्ट अर्जुन 9th बोर्ड पे है तो ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन फ्रॉम द टॉप वेयर वी लेफ्ट.
या वी लेफ्ट समवेयर हियर. नाइट g3
पर्दा लगा देना चाहिए वहां पे. बहुत लाइट आ रहा है. थोड़ा एक्सटेंड कर अर्जुन के बाजू में.
नहीं ठीक है. बिशप g6 f4. Bapre, what a move by Arjun. This reminds me of you playing Scandinavian. You used to always do this.
Oh yeah, knight e2 knight g3 is similar, right? Same idea मतलब in comparison.
True. And now this last move turns out to be not a good move from Anton, and Arjun is thinking the best way to continue was take
Queen g3.
Take. Now threatening f5, I believe.
Rook d5 now.
But knight d5. And f5 there is bishop h5.
Rook de1.
Yeah, that's
and short castle so looks like a suicide.
Why suicide?
Short castle, then you're not worried of the attack, yeah?
Amrita, look at this. Short castle is a nice shot. I was thinking.
Oh.
Doesn't work, yeah?
You saw f6, huh?
Yes.
Good move. Yeah, knight f6 is forced and rook f6. Arey, sahi hai.
This might be some compensation for black, but not much.
Yeah.
So castles, rook d5.
Let's find here Arjun to play, right? He is thinking. And there is a good move for Arjun. Guys, white to play. Rudra says, I love when Sagar Bhai talks about these things, and mostly his life advice is just amazing and effective.
अरे भाई effective पता नहीं.
Sendel had given a big variation. Was it for Magnus Sendel? Next time I'll read your comment with the variation. Can I make Sendel a mod? He gives very good variations.
Make him a mod. He generally I think like very little kids. We don't make mods on our channel, but Sendil is an exception.
Yeah, because I think he's never written anything bad in terms of senseless, I mean.
Hey Amruta, look what happened. Rook d5. Okay. We were talking about what's the best move. Knight e4 was the best move that is recommended.
Okay.
And the
People
idea
said
is
C4 and F5 are
Yeah,
the two suggestions.
actually f5 doesn't work, right? Because f5 there is knight takes g3 and I'm attacking f1 and then you
And
lose
then
the
you
pawn.
pick up the pawn.
So that doesn't work. But c4 was played by Ajjubai, hitting the rook. And if the rook moves now, perhaps there will be f5, right?
Correct. Knight G3 forced, yeah, then?
So
Now?
he took bishop b1.
Oh,
Now if
arey
knight
haan.
h5, there is rook h5. So Ajjubai took here, then David took here, Ajjubai took here, and then David put his bishop back on f5. And we have to assess this position whether David Anton has assessed it better or Ajjubai has assessed it better.
Wow. Okay, can we do it in the Silman way with breaking down of each piece and everything? You can do that?
You can do.
तुम करो.
आप कीजिए भाई, आप करो. आपका आइडिया था, you have to follow up with the idea.
अरे बट आप हमेशा करते थे ना इतना अच्छे से करके, लाइक सारे इम्बैलेंस वाले
My
क्या बोलते
simple
स्ट्रीम्स
rule
वर लाइक
for
दैट.
like I have a small rule. By the way, bishop b2 is a nice move, threatening mate in one. Is that when you sacrifice material or when your opponent sacrifices material, whenever that happens, the side that is sacrificing material is generally looking at some kind of compensation. It could be a weak square, it could be some kind of lead in development. Majorly, the point is always that one piece is out of the game for your opponent, like one or more. Something is not working. But if you look at Arjun's position right now, which is that piece which is out of the game? Because the bishop is amazing, the queen is amazing, the rooks can actually go on e or c file and they will be superb. Like there cannot be better rooks here in the game of chess. So the question is, what exactly does black have for the sacrificed exchange?
White have.
Black. What
Okay,
exactly
black
does
next
black have?
Yeah, Farhan, Unmesha, Dhruv. Well done. Knight
Yeah.
on A1.
Yeah, exactly. So if this knight, imagine this knight comes into the game. For example, f6. के बाद Arjun finds a way, rook c1, attacking here. Now knight d5. And then I play knight c2. And now I'm coming in. Then already I can feel it that this position should be okay for me. You know, like if I get this should be very, very good for white. But black can of course resist. Like for example, Amruta, here suddenly there is no entry point. Even if I try to enter here on the, I go king f7, and with these two bishops there are no entry points. Black may be able to survive this.
Wow, very, yeah, I mean, if you don't have the engine, it feels like black is an exchange round, but there is not an easy way for white to get in. Because the whole idea of rooks in the endgame is rooks on 7th rank, 8th rank, dominating rooks. That's why the open file is always important for a rook because it wants to enter. But these open files are
That's
as
why you
good
should go
as.
b4, b5.
It's complicated, but as you said, it's a great compensation for black. And that pawn structure on f6, g7, g6 is actually a big. Hey, what if fg5? Ah, that's what I was like. Why are you spoiling the pawn structure? But h2 was hanging.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe that this position is evaluated as equal. Like,
yeah, very hard to assess this.
Very
Like
tough.
I would say that in long term you will think, okay, white will convert. Can we go to the main position, Sagar? Of Arjun? This is a bit too far we have come, but the whole understanding is got that the exchange sacrifice is currently based on the knight on a1, which is not active, and the pawn structure, and the black's bishops, which are also being active. So Arjun needs to find a good move over here. And the very first move which comes to the mind when I talk about the knight is also b4, knight b3. You want to get the knight out. But I don't think you have time. Because b4, knight f and b4 pawn immediately is attacked.
Yeah. And
After
Amrita,
bishop b2.
also,
and t3 is also
there is
there.
also this bishop a3, rook e1 idea to put pressure here. I don't know how good it is.
How is d3, knight d5, knight c2?
Actually, if you see Amrita, Arjun is already thinking very deeply here because he realizes that there could be something here where he can do which will give him like a great,
Advantage.
like which
I
will
want to
really,
find it. Yeah. It should what?
it doesn't like the most natural
Oh,
way
he
that
played.
क्या खेला?
कुछ तो बहुत आगे खेला. d6. Oh my God. What a move. Very difficult. I wouldn't have found it, huh? This move.
Ajju bhai. That's why he's
Too
Ajju
good.
bhai. That's why he's world number 4, Amrita. What a move.
Wow.
What a move.
Really, man. Amazing.
Matlab, the thing is, he is, let's say after take, then you saw in this line which we discussed, yahan par, that the C file got closed, right? At the end because of
Yes.
this structure.
And
I
also
wanted
the
to,
bishop on b8 was very good.
yeah, I wanted to open up the position. I even tried later b4 just so that I can open this up. But Arjun is saying if my pawn is anyway going here, like I'm going to lose it, why don't I make this damage which will anyway open the c file? Or if he takes here, will open the e file. Like,
And also the bishop on b8 in this case takes time to get back into the game with d5 and
true.
c6. Man, d6 is really amazing. Yeah. Hats off,
What a move
Arjun.
by Ajju bhai. Guys, Ajju bhai OP ho jaye chat mein. This is a very instructive moment that he had. Very instructive. ठीक है, Amrita, everyone wants to see
Harshit bhai.
Harshit and
Yeah,
then
let's.
Leon. So let's
And
look at.
Leon is winning, I think. That's what people said.
So if we go to Harshit bhai's game, so here Harshit Raja, after playing e4, he took ed, opponent took knight d4, he played c5, opponent played knight f5, g6, knight went back, and we are at this position.
h5. Oh, anyway, the queens can get exchanged, no? E takes d5, say. Oops,
Yeah.
sorry.
Maybe Amrita just, yeah, it's not. Actually, this tension is weird because if I take, knight takes, it's already unleashing a lot on me. Like, why?
d4 लेकिन खेलोगे तुम सागर क्योंकि why will you allow white's pieces to get super activated? Oh, this is also bad.
Yeah, somehow this central pawns will get too strong, yeah.
Oh, then what is the move Harshit should play? c4. f4, knight c5.
Yeah, it's not an easy moment for Harshit Bhai, guys. His opponent's Cloakin has not done much in the game, but whatever he did, he has definitely been able to put Harshit under pressure. One question is, can we win a pawn by taking this?
But that bishop you love, no? Like,
Yeah, I love bishops, I love pawn also. So,
yeah, his opponent is like the most efficient, smart, smart worker kind of.
yeah, just moving. Tak, 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 tak,
थोड़ा
tak.
सा किया, but perfectly
बढ़िया
किया.
move है, बढ़िया position.
क्या
Let's
बात है,
go to the
amazing.
game of Leon. Everyone
Oh,
wanted to see.
Himang bhai, good morning. Himang bhai, can you share the story on Insta about Magnus's game? Can Magnus make
Himan
8 out of 8?
awake from morning only, Amrita.
तो हिमांग सोया ही नहीं क्या? मैं देखा नहीं चैट में, तो मैंने अभी आया ना थोड़ी देर पहले, so I thought हिमांग भाई हाँ शेयर करोगे तो बढ़िया रहेगा. We have 900 viewers, Sagar. It has increased to 900. Guys, 368 likes on the stream. Like कर दो. And we are going to see today Arjun is playing amazing chess. We have Leon's position on the board. He's also clearly better with absolute center control. Black tried to attack. Black player's name is Khan. Yeah, he tried to attack, but that knight on h4 blocks everything there. And c5. Here also Leon has blocked. So, given up the d5 square. But he says that it is fine. Even if your knight comes to d5, I'm not worried.
Amrita, this knight doesn't have any hope of getting in. And e6 nahi aa raha hai. It seems like a position where black is kind of crushed for space.
This is a real space advantage.
Yeah.
Matlab absolute space advantage.
Leon will win this, guys. Leon Mendonca showing great chess in this tournament. Look at his performance. He beat Nepo, Richard, draws against Sarana and Wesley So. And now he might beat Gokar Khan, which will put him on 6 points. And I think Leon had a great event.
Yes. Leon, I think, I am already considering him as an elite player, slow and steady. He's getting into that.
Or in general?
No, in general, I think he will be there. He's getting the experience, but he'll be there very soon.
Yeah, I think so, Amrita.
He's going to reach 2700 very soon, guys.
By the way, Karthikeyan's position is around equal. And Pranesh's position, he was better out of the opening. He has still kept it going, which is great.
Oh, Pranesh also. Oh, so good day going on for Indians, Sagar. Pranesh is better, yes. Leon is better. Arjun after d6, what did his opponent play? I'm a bit curious. Not yet played. And by the way, Sagar, today I forgot to ask you. Because Rudra mentioned freestyle chess में खिचड़ी बहुत बन जाता है. That is true. उससे याद आया कि तुमने खिचड़ी वगैरह कुछ खाया है?
नहीं, इतना नहीं खा पाया मैं ज्यादा.
तो खा के आओ ना. Just go and eat and come.
By the way, Amrita, rook c8, knight e4. I thought knight a4, but he went bishop d6, stopping, and then king d2.
He found bishop d6. Yeah, he could assess that the exchanges, even if they happen, if
he
this
actually
is more
forced
towards
him.
Close center, close.
Forced him to do it, Amrita.
Wow. When you trust the knight more than the day. Yes, Sagar, go and eat something and come.
Sure, I will eat.
Anyway, Magnus is playing फटाफट. And by chance क्योंकि क्रैमिक भी आ सकता है ना, तो खा के
नहीं, कल वो नेक्स्ट राउंड में आने वाले.
अच्छा.
हाँ, 4 o'clock के आसपास. So we have to go on time. Like.
Got it. तो अभी तो तुम खा के आओ.
हाँ.
फिर टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. Call Anish is actively tweeting. Says Akash.
हाँ. जी.
क्या ट्वीट कर रहा है वो? But कितने बजे उधर? 12. Oh, I think he'll be busy.
No, Anish will be busy for sure. I mean, we don't want to disturb him. I think chess, to be good TV, you need players talking at the table like they do in poker. Okay.
But it's different, no? Himang says on a scale of 1 to 100, how much are the chances you think that Magnus converts his advantage? 100% for me. I don't know about Sagar. I think Sagar also maybe, because Magnus has found some amazing moves in the last few moves. So king f7 he has played, and rooks are connected, guys. Black's development is complete. Black has space advantage on the queen side. Bishop on c1, if you see, is currently as good as a pawn. White king has a question key. Where are you planning to stay? If you stay in Bangalore, there's a lot of traffic. If you stay in Mumbai, local train traveling is not easy. Delhi, lot of pollution. So where are you? You know, you have to find something like Pune, because if you stay in Nasik, then the airport is far. So White King is absolutely considering where to shift. Not easy. King c2 pe in front of the rook somewhere, b5, b4, knight check on b4, e3. Like basically, we just observe those squares. So it is not an easy question. And all these things which are showing a slight initiative for black, can it be more initiative than shown? Or can white just double the rooks on e file? So like king f7, let's say I go a move like rook e2, then guys, you can also suggest for white. Roasting all the cities. Yeah. Rook e2, because if you exchange the rooks, I think it should be equal in that case. I mean, a minor piece endgame winning for black would be hard to imagine for now. So, rook e2 के लिए
Amrita, do you want to be here or do you want to go to another game?
no
I'll be back in like 2
Arjun
minutes.
Arjun or Magnus, just go to Arjun's game quickly right now. We'll know, and then I'll tell you one second. Oh yeah, maybe in the chat, guys. Arjun or Magnus, एक second रुक जाओ फिर उसे.
D3 H5.
Yeah, Arjun is thinking, no?
I think Arjun knight C2 खेलेगा 2 मिनट में.
Arjun. दोनों. Okay, Arjun side.
हाँ, एक मिनट.
But Magnus का stress level रखना है क्या?
क्या?
Magnus का stress level रखना है क्या?
नहीं.
हाँ. Oh, Leon. अच्छा. Leon का what's going on? Oh, actually, a few games are interesting. So anyway, we are just talking about the next maybe 2 to 5 minutes. I think this is a great game because it has a lot of material imbalance, and we have to see that how Arjun is going to be. Shivam says 5-year-old cutie meets Magnus Carlsen. Love that shot on your channel. Great. Guys, Abhida and Aditya are there at Freestyle and doing some amazing work. Knight c2. Yes, like Sagar had predicted, this knight was the compensation for David that the knight will take time to become active. But I believe that David had missed the move d6, which Arjun found. That extra pawn on d5 was pushed to d6, guys, all those who were not there, and c takes d6. Currently, we are at this situation where black is having 7 pawns on the board, white is having 6 pawns, so black has 1 pawn and 1 bishop as a compensation for the rook on d1. The pawn pushed to d4, h4. Where are the pieces to attack? Is it about the attack, or is it about asking the queen where do you want to stay? I'm wondering that h4 is looking more like a weakness for the future. But maybe what black wants to do is to go g6, king g7, keep the rook on h file, get the queen for attack. Knight has d5 over there. Knight d5, knight f6. Is there anything to worry about? Is this an 11-round tournament? No, it is only 9 rounds. Yahak says time trouble for Rauf soon. Wow. I didn't see his time actually. A good point. प्रखर बोला सागर भैया जाके खाना खा वरना मुझे गुस्सा आ जाएगा. The city references are funny. Yeah. So Arjun goes queen f3 and b7 is attacked. b7 is attacked. Is queen c6 exchanging the queen a good idea? I don't think so because the knight is going to jump to d4. But white is getting the knight to d4, no? The one of the main problem is solved. And once the knight goes to d4, e3, the bishop on f5 has to move. And then there is f5. Maybe bishop g6, bishop h5 is an option, but I would always be worried about f5 ideas. And white rook on d1, for sure it wants to go to the open file, which is e1 or c1. So I don't know how much advantage it is showing for white. In general, it feels like white is clearly better. How come it is only 0.6 advantage according to leeches? Okay, maybe the next move. Guys, how should black continue here? Let me see if anyone is finding any good moves or Arjun is simply better. Next round at 7:30 Indian time would be the last round and the tournament will end today. Pawn to d5 says Shahjahan. Oh, but he finds a better move. Queen c6 has been found. Queen c6 because the move you guys were thinking of, which was d5, blocking the queen from attacking the b7 pawn, had a problem with white bishop developing to a3 and huge pressure on the e7 point. Also the pin over there, not easy to get out. Whenever black will short castle, the h4 pawn will become weak and it will fall. So now with h5, h4, black actually has made a statement that I am not going to castle soon, at least until the h4 pawn will be at risk. I don't think black can think of that. And bishop a3, rook e1, very powerful, piece coordination there. So queen f3, queen c6 was an important move for David to play. And he says that if you take my queen on c6, then I take your queen. And then my pawn captures towards the center. So a beautiful pawn chain over there with 6 pawns together. Like, can you imagine one pawn island of 6 pawns? It's very strong. Generally in the middle game, it's not always like a pawn chain generally is broken. At
Hello,
least not in
Amrita.
the open position. अरे इतनी खुशी
बर्गर लेके आया हूँ.
Nice. So queen c6 खेला गया है and after that Arjun whether he will take or not is a question because he will mostly say no, I don't want to call your pawn to the center and let me continue with attacking. Yeah, this is good for black. So he'll continue with his knight being attacked. So he'll continue knight e3 and attacking the bishop on f5 and says that if you capture my queen on f3, I'm happy to take with the rook and then later go d4 and f5 ideas in the air. So white should be better. Yeah, that's how Arjun's position is. We can just have a Magnus's position on the board now, Sagar.
The Magnus, very interesting move by Rauf Mamedov here.
Oh, Leon is watching the game, yeah? Yeah, look. No. Not Leon. What did he play?
G4. Insane.
Wow.
Completely
Okay, so
unpredictable.
Absolutely. That's Mamedov's style. I did expect the game to be crazier actually. But yes, he does find something crazy. G4. And the question is if you take the pawn on G4, F takes G4, what was his idea, guys? White to play. What was his idea and what is the theme? Yes, Akash, Rudra, knight e4. So he basically deflected the pawn, got the active knight in the center, attacking the d6 point, which needs to be defended. If you bring your king on the e file, you will be scared of the discovered attack. So rook c6 over there. And then there is, guys, one more amazing move. White to play. Very interesting move. I want to see if you are able to consider it. Though I'm still trying to understand the meaning of it. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. It can get completely crazy. Guys, completely crazy. Out of the box, socho. Think in Benko style. Benko. Though many of you will not be knowing Benko. Gangnam style. Benko style. एक बार तूने और हर्षित ने गंगनम स्टाइल पे डांस किया था ना? हाँ, yeah. Yes, guys, Akash, Sendil, Mrityunjay, F3 you guys have suggested, and also H3 Tushar you have suggested, which is both the moves. And look at this, it can get so interesting that FG4, knight e4, H3. Suppose.
Yeah.
Rook c6 H3, I mean. G takes H3, mara agar.
Yeah.
Knight g5 check.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the king going?
King. Oh.
If you go king f8, knight e6, king f7, knight g5, repeat draw.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you will go something like king. If you go king f6, then it's a blunder.
Yeah,
Because
the
I
king,
simply
king is too weak, no?
king is weak. Rook takes h3 and rook send a knight, and it can get dangerous for white.
Yes.
And a king g6 also will calculate. You should be fine. But who would like to get into such a position?
King g6, maybe I thought rook g1 could be dangerous.
Yes, good move. Rook e g1.
Rook e g1 also possible, yeah.
So G4 is an amazing resource by Mamedov.
I think
Amazing.
this is the kind of move you need to make in order to not get into a super passive position here. Because black is going like a5, b4, like that at you. So g4 is just saying that the tide is not in my favor, but I'm going to shift the tide now.
Like we say, the character of the position is changed, guys. अभी तो इधर character ढीला है. क्या करूं मिसाला? Character ढीला है.
The
So
thing is,
G4.
Amrita, if you go g6, I can take, and then this pawn could become weak. Although you now don't have this square, but I can slowly try to build the position. Knight f3, h4, rook g1, knight g5, knight e6, rook e6, you know.
And the bishop on c1 like has found his place कि wherever he is to accept finally कि मैं यहीं पे हूँ, यहाँ से whatever I can give my best.
Work from home.
Oh God, but I cannot believe it. I'm very impressed with Mamedov's move. Yeah, G4.
Very good move.
Very, very good. कुछ तो करते रहना है. G4 is a move which which is the opposite of procrastination, guys. He didn't wait. He did the right thing.
By the way, Amruta, I must mention that Caruana and Sarana have drawn their game on board 3. And Esipenko and Vincent, which is what the next most important game in this tournament, is also heading towards a game where Vincent might be putting real pressure on Esipenko.
Wow, so we might actually, as you mentioned, Magnus versus Vincent last round, huge chance.
If Mamedov holds Magnus to a draw, that would be a great game then. Mamedov holding Magnus to a draw seems likely after the move G4.
I mean, he's found a great move, but look at Magnus's time, 45 minutes. Mamedov has 28 minutes. And in time pressure, generally things change a lot. Also, the best move of the Indian, yes, which is good pointing out that move. Knight 7 F6. And will Magnus will be thinking of it, but will Magnus go for it? Knight 7 F6, allowing G takes F5. तुम्हारा बोर्ड कोई अलग है क्या?
मैग्नस का दिख रहा है ना?
हाँ, Magnus के इधर जाते हैं because I wanted to see his stress. Is he stressed with the move G4?
He's fine.
Medium stress तो है, मतलब he's not on low stress. अर्जुन का क्या चल रहा है? We'll come back.
तुमने कुछ लेकिन वेरिएशन बता रही थी, मैं वो कर सकता हूँ, बताओगी?
Knight 7 F6 is the best move here.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness. That's so tough, right? Because you're giving up a pawn.
And then what is the idea after GF5? Oh, come on. No, this move, very difficult. Arey, why did you play? I wanted to ask. Backward move, that too moving the knight on d5, which until now, everyone was कितना अच्छा है, it's a good boy, कितना पढ़ाई करता है and all that, और suddenly वो knight e7 जा रहा है उधर बैडमिंटन फुल टाइम खेलने को. सोचेंगे नहीं, मतलब बैडमिंटन भी अच्छा ही है, बट सोचा नहीं था. सागर, तुम्हारी कहानी. सोचा नहीं था. Guys, do you know one thing about Sagar? Sagar was good at teaching badminton also.
Amruta. This is good actually, this variation.
But knight f6 and knight e7, both the moves together, the whole order.
This will be super tough for Magnus to even find it. Will he be able to find it? Is the big question.
It's like the best way to even keep the initiative. I am wondering, because this is Magnus's, level of calculation.
Yep.
But morning round has been doubled rounds, has been very tiring. Considering all these factors, will he find it? Yeah. Vedanshu says, Sagar, my big fan, reached 700 because of you. Oh, cool. Mrityunjay is saying his heart rate is normal, so I think he would. Guys, what do you think? Will Magnus find it?
Yeah, it would be insane if he finds this move here, guys. Knight f6. It would be huge. By the way, Amruta, I should show you one very interesting game. Bluebaum versus Parham Maksudlu. Maksudlu is going all out on the attack against Bluebaum. Like, he's come here and he's going like g4, g5, and it looks like a very dangerous position.
Yeah. And even if we consider Maksudlu, yesterday the game ended late night.
Yeah.
Morning he wakes up and comes here. Whether he has recovered from the loss, we will know. Some people actually after the loss just go to the next game and they're completely, it's like I'm gonna crush my opponent, brings in more fire in them.
Right.
Mm. Yes, I think so. Yes, I think.
Oh, G6, G4. Let's go. Okay. Arjun, 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 Jun, 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 Jun. Sorry. Arjun. Oh, Arjun took the queen on C6, Amruta. Take, take.
Oh,
BC. Knight
okay, that
B4.
does help black
Ooh,
a
Bishop
bit.
C7. क्या ही move खेला है भाई?
Oh, knight C7 को क्या, knight C6 को क्या हो रहा है? At least not so clear on the first look, huh? Knight C6.
Yeah. Wow. What a some tactic stuff. Knight D5 क्या?
और कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा है. Bishop B6 check is coming. So, oh, you knight D5. You cannot take the A7 pawn. It is blunder.
There is a 4. So rook
But
F1.
still, Bishop B6 check के बाद what next? King F1.
BD7.
Come on, you can. Oh, knight D4 को भी Bishop B6 है.
Yeah. Knight, it's almost gone. Knight
And
D4.
Bishop B2, if Bishop B6 now, Bishop B2, now what?
E5.
And if King H1, then there is H3.
Wow.
Not H3, but
H3.
no, not H3, G3.
Knight
Waiting
G2.
हो जाएगा किधर तो.
Wow. E5. Bishop C6. Khatam. Amazing. Amazing. What a sack by Anton Guyaro. That's why Anton is a great player.
Yeah, David has
Because-
managed.
You know, Amruta, what Arjun's idea was? If you defend here, he wanted to go knight a6 and win the piece. Like win the bishop. But
And if you
David
would
found this so quickly, bishop c7.
So Queen C6 was a good move because obviously when he played Queen C6, he thought of this sequence. The Queen C6 was forcing. After B takes C6, next move is Knight B4, which attacks the pawn.
Yeah.
So that also is going to consider. So the move, it
Bishop
all started
C7.
for him at
It's such a
Queen
cool.
E8. No, this tournament actually, David Anton, I think he's we can't even say find of the tournament because he's obviously a known player.
Because he's
that
already
way.
been found before.
Yeah, but find a freestyle event, I would say. Really great tactics.
Amruta, Harshit bhai, opponent not leaving him. Slight minus तो लेके ही छोड़ेगा वो.
My God.
G takes h5 and then rook f e1 and play this position now. This is not pleasant, but if Harshit bhai can hold it, that would be a good result. Let's go to Magnus's game and see if he has made any move, Amruta.
Yeah, I think that is definitely an important position after G4. And Magnus is guys, Magnus ka heart rate is also 100. Oh my God, Magnus Carlsen OP guys, he's found a move knight 7 f6. And I'm sure if he finds this one, then he will also find knight e7. There is no doubt. It is about a sequence sometimes. Oh, really, man? Like it's a choti si improvement, है ना? ऐसा नहीं कि knight 7 f6 is winning or anything. If g4 was kind of losing or anything. But it's just to find the best decision all the times.
अमृता छोटी सी चीजों से ही बड़ी बड़ी चीजें बदलती है. Like from small things only the biggest of changes happen. And I think this is such an amazing move that I think. So what happens generally in a game is when one player makes a move like g4, he's expecting the opponent to collapse. Then the opponent, if he doesn't collapse and plays good, then the opposite person feels a low thing. So Magnus did not collapse. He in fact found this knight f6, knight e7. So then now Mamedov will have to use all his creative energy to come up with another such idea which may or may not exist in the position.
And he takes gf5 and Magnus's stress goes low instantly after gf5. I don't know if Magnus was more worried about h3 because it was just a seconds again after gf5.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And now, did
You
he
mean
play?
instead of GF5, H3 here might have been better?
Practical sense, I don't know exactly, maybe. But this is for sure that as soon as Mamedov played, Magnus got stress level.
And 97 also he responded instantly.
Acha, he played, yeah? Okay, then it was a sequence. And 97, a backward move, not just backward, but bringing your knight from a very good place to somewhere. बहुत ही tough रहता है.
Brilliant chess by Magnus Carlsen. Like, I can't believe it how he is doing this. The instructional value of this game is super high, guys. Lot to learn from it. And now Mamedov must remain careful to create some play again, because he managed to distract Magnus from his original plan of queenside play by playing g4, gf5. So black pieces got a bit sidetracked, but in a way, black got an advantage of even the pawn structure because the h2 and f2 pawns are isolated. However, if you see now in this position, white has to play with a lot of energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Harsh asks one question from the past: who could handle Magnus endgame? Yeah, who would be the
Maybe
100%?
Capablanca, Rubinstein, these are great endgame players. But yeah, Capablanca was considered as the greatest ever endgame player.
Oh, but this one, don't know, like if you look at the evaluation bar, then it says okay, इतना कुछ है नहीं. Like you see this position in anyone else's game, you would be like ठीक है, equal है, draw हो जाएगा types. Somehow when it is Magnus, he has managed to bring all that attraction, for us. What are the kind of moves he's going to bring on the board? And
Yeah.
we believe in him so much because he has proved himself again and again and again. Like,
the fact that he has performed so many years.
yeah, get some rest, Sagar, and then join. You can keep keep this.
I'm here only.
Pranesh blundered or what?
Pranesh was better, no? No, he's better only. Oh, he's worse.
Sir, what about
Oh
knight
my
e4,
God.
knight f5? One second, a question later. Knight g5. It's a very important question.
But what if I take first? Rook takes and now knight f5. Then I don't have to worry about that entire line. And if you play rook f4 trying to pin me here, I have g6 and there is no pawn here or here to attack my knight. So it's an outpost.
And now tell me if you are playing against a 2000 player. If you're playing against me, do you think you can win this with black?
Me? You're asking me?
Yeah, if you're black and
Yeah,
you're
I think
playing this
so.
against me.
I think so.
Arey, Sagar.
I like such positions for black.
Yeah, and I don't like such positions for white.
But I can't believe that how Pranesh actually made a mistake in like a move that all his advantage got withered away. So he went bishop h5, g6, take, bishop d1. He's better. Rook h7, bishop b3. All is well, huh? All is well.
All is well.
And he just blundered this move, Amruta. And then opponent took back, but even if here is bishop g3,
Queen g3 forced.
and now queen e2, attacking 1, 2, 3. Like gone position.
No, we have
Crazy,
seen
right?
this in freestyle again and again. Blunder, randomly, weirdly placed pieces is bringing in more blunders. So,
But
yeah.
good news for Pranesh that Wander did not find bishop g3. He took knight d5, and okay, black is still doing very well, but not winning.
Got it. Guys, like the stream. We have 477 likes. Let's make it 500. We have 1000 people. 500 ठीक है ना सागर?
नहीं 1000 है, eventually 1000 ही रखना चाहिए.
Eventually 1000.
Oh, Harshit bhai, look at this. He boldly comes up. Take, knight takes, knight h5, intermezzo.
किंग h5 पे है. हर्षित राजा का राजा h5 पहुंचा है.
हाँ, मतलब he just didn't want to spoil his structure, so he did this. But I think his position is playable.
Maybe he's just staying true to his name. अच्छा, वो किंग का नाम क्या है?
But Amrita, don't you think this king could come under pressure? Because now with this bishop.
रुको, मेरा अच्छा क्वेश्चन है. किंग का नाम क्या है? What is the name of the king? Sagar.
Yeah.
What is the name of the king?
Harshit.
Harshit Raja. You're so smart. ठीक है, हो गया.
He's thinking.
Oh, Arnav also got it right. अभी explain करो जो भी करना है.
No, either way, I'm fine.
Sorry to have distracted you, but Omkar Chakradev says his Raja is not very Harshit, though he's probably thrilled. A lot of jokes on that king of Harshit are going to happen, Sagar. I'm coming back. Will you handle?
Yeah. Yes. So knight takes f5 taken here by Magnus. And now Rauf Mamedov gives a check. Magnus actually goes back. I was very curious if he could have come up as well. But instead he went back because Rook g1, h6. I didn't find a way to give a very good check. My king can just settle in. So maybe this was also possible, but Magnus didn't want to calculate. He just went king g8 back. And we have this position right now on the board. And guys, what do you think? Arjun, by the way, Arjun's position was amazing till a point. But then his opponent found a very pretty move. Like, it's maybe one of the most beautiful moves, which is to play bishop c7. Not letting Arjun take here because of knight d5, followed by bishop d7, bishop d6. So bishop b2, h3, and it's suddenly starting to become like black is totally fine here. Wow. So Arjun has to be super careful here not to land up in a big problem. Richard Rapport has already won his game against Daniel Friedman. Friedman, sorry. कितने सारे मूव खेलते हैं? Wonder Liang versus Pranesh. Looking good for a Wonder. Suddenly changed completely 180 degrees. Murli Karthikeyan versus Mikhailevsky. Karthikeyan seems to be in small trouble as his pieces are much worse as black. But white's pieces look great. And I think something can happen here for Viktor Mikhailevsky. And Karthikeyan has to be very careful. Leon was better and has kept his edge here. His piece up in the position should be able to convert. Hans Niemann has already won the game today. Harshit Bhai is thinking whether to take here or here. He can take HG also. His king is weak, but it's not getting checkmated anytime soon. Like G5, King G6 looks fine. It's not going to die. coming back to Magnus's game here, Rauf is thinking. Oh, we have a big believer, like a believer, but seriously big money. Shibani Shinoy has just contributed 15,001 on Help Chess. Thank you so much, Shibani. That's very, very kind of you. Let me switch on the chat to see what you guys have written right now. I've been keeping the chat off for a few days. How's Arvin doing? Yeah, let's look at Arvin. We did not see his name actually. Where is Arvin? He had a draw yesterday which slowed him down a bit. But hopefully he can win his last two games. Should be on 4.5 points. Yeah, Arvin versus Druska. Oh, he's facing a tough opponent today. And in fact, in a bad position, Arvind is. Because here it seems like Druska is much better as white. But Arvind has a lot of play as well, so anything can happen. So let's say, for example, it's crazy because there's pressure here. Pressure here, the bishop is attacking the rook. So let's say I save it. And I was wondering if take, rook takes help because d6 check knight b5. Let's just see. Bishop e5. D. Check. And just take. And I think this would be bad for Arvind. So Arvind might be in some trouble here. He has to be careful not to land up in a lost position against Druska. But the white king can also get checkmated because the king is not safe. So some problems could happen in both cases. I'm looking at few other games. Andrei Asipenko versus Vincent Keymer. Well, actually, Arjun's position, which I thought would be seriously better, is now turning into a very, very bad position. In fact, I mean, not bad, but like maybe his king is no longer that great. This bishop could become super strong. So rook to pawn to c5, rook c1. Hans won, yeah, Hans won, guys. Aryan Chopra. Where is Aryan? Aryan today was up against Chopra. I have to do Control F. Yeah, he's playing against Sorensen Hampus. And
Okay, I'm back.
hi Amrita.
Hi, Sagar, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Just looking at Aryan's game, he's in under some pressure. Not the easiest position to play. I think a lot of players are Amrita very tired, like including Arvind, who has a very tough position. He's losing, right? And he's losing a bit too harsh, but is in trouble actually.
Yeah, and Arvind immediately in after 2 days he has this GCT.
Yeah.
So yeah, he will also again have to shift to classical. Like that would be challenging, I think, when you're playing everything.
Mm.
In that sense, the styles will challenge. But okay, Arvind in trouble. 30 minutes. Can we go to anything happened in Arjun's game? Did you see it? Like when I was not here.
Arjun's position doesn't
And
look
Magnus.
great, Amrita, actually.
Now
thing is,
David has managed. Yeah?
David's move bishop c7 turned it around like a lot for black. Because now, and it's amazing how this position after queen c6 take knight b4, it was like this move just made it very tough now for white to get better position. And while Arjun is still even, you do get the sense that the momentum is on black side.
Yeah, because guys, if by now we know that the material imbalance favors white, actually speaking, yet the computer is saying black has this very slight initiative, which means in spite of being material down, which the computer favors generally, here he's favoring black. So actual practical assessment would be of this position is black is better. And I think the move queen c6 really changed a lot of things with the c file getting closed forever, and not just c file. Sometimes you always had this idea of bishop a3 if at all d5 would be pushed. So bc6 was an amazing help for black. Hmm. What Sagar you can do is we can keep Magnus's game right now. You could just go out if you want to. But guys, Sagar, this is the last day. Sagar has been having a hectic schedule, and after he's gonna be back, he will be taking some rest. Because if he doesn't, then we all will protest outside the house.
No, it's fine, Amrita. Let's focus on the chess right now. Magnus versus Mamedov, if we can go to that game and see what happened. Because after knight g5, king g8, Mamedov came back. Magnus took rook takes, came back with his king. Rook h e1 was played. And we can see that in this position, the knight on f5 is unshakable because there are no pawns to attack it. And we can go g6 and solidify the knight. You don't have an entry square on the 7th rank. The knight protects this. So in a way, it's a very risk-free position for black.
Okay, this I agree. Can you try to explain, because you are very confident about this position with black, with the knight. So in terms of like a plan, if you have to think of what all things come to your mind, or what are ideas you would be looking at. And also the bishop on c1, do you call it a bad bishop, or because otherwise rook and bishop is a better combination than rook and knight. So in this position, how do you assess it?
Interesting. I'm not so sure like how to continue here. I was thinking if we exchange one pair of rooks, that could be nice. Not both. Like imagine a move like rook h e8 and then take and take and take and take. And
What?
this might be, I thought this is drawish,
Even
but
I.
actually the computer feels like black has serious chances to win, which is
Can
true.
I try
I mean,
a few moves with white and you can try with the black, whatever the computer is saying or whatever you have.
yeah.
Let's say I develop bishop f4. Okay, bishop f4.
Yeah.
King. Okay, you say with the black.
King e7.
And to know if I go bishop g3, the king pawn endgame would be
Yeah, that
winning,
would be
no?
a
For
draw
black.
perhaps. Because, okay, if the king can quickly come in here, then maybe winning, but I don't see it. So,
Acha. So king d2 anyway.
yeah. King f6 maybe.
Even b3. I had b3. Wait a second. Instead of king d2.
e3.
Hmm.
King e6 or king f6.
Can I go BC, king b to king a3 wala plan?
Oh, it seems too slow, right?
Now I can't go bishop g3. That would be lost. So bishop f4 was only no point if I have to go b3. Got it. Like if I had to go b3, then I keep my bishop on c1 and then directly go
Amrita,
b3.
actually, I'm very surprised that this position here is really better for black. Like, I was not sure about this.
I thought it would for sure be a draw, this position, honestly. But even if something like this can give an edge, though, is it plus how much in weak engine is saying?
Oh, draw? Yeah. Draw? Which draw? Draw. Hi, Harshit Bhai is here. Harshit Bhai has just made a very solid draw. It was a super GM game, bhai.
That kid was so good, man.
The kid was not giving you an inch.
No, and oh, by the way, Magnus is going to do a clean sweep, yeah?
I don't know. This position
No.
is not so clear.
हाँ,
We were just
Harshit Bhai's thoughts.
हर्षित भाई को तो इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है, वो बोल रहे मैग्नस जीतना ही वाला. I think rook h8 को f3 खेला तो Magnus may not be able to take.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because if you go into like this
What's
endgame,
your assessment feeling like? Just
I think this should be really tough for white because of these bad pawn structure that he has. And at some point, black will try to put his pawn on g4 and completely block both of these pawns. I feel like black has very good winning chances here. And also, look at how lightly Magnus has put his pawn in the light squares because white has a dark squared bishop.
right.
So Magnus has found all of these small details and he has gotten a very
Very good
stable
chances.
advantage.
But whether he'll win, because if he wins here and if Asipenko does not win in this position, अरे,
क्या है?
oh Amruta,
खाने को लाया है.
Amruta, huge news, huge. Asipenko is losing to Vincent Keymer.
Wow.
Oh, Vincent
Yeah,
was better. You had showed already, but this is almost winning, yeah.
This means Magnus, if he wins, he becomes the champion with 1 round to spare.
Oh.
Wow.
It's super huge, but before we go ahead and analyze,
Hey,
we want
Magnus played rook e8.
Yeah. He's going to play all the best moves, Amruta. Don't worry.
no, but I think f3 he will play. Rao.
Yeah, Rao has been playing amazing. क्या हर्षित भाई, do you just before we finally go somewhere else, draw है या win है Magnus? मतलब are you 100%? Look at the position एक बार.
ये पोजीशन देख ही नहीं रहा मैं.
Nice. So
इतना कॉन्फिडेंस तो किसी को भी नहीं होगा मैग्नस में जितना आपको है.
भाई
खेला वो.
खेला
Oh, F3 खेला ना? नहीं, white ने भी खेला.
अच्छा.
Yeah, F3
क्या
played.
खेला?
F3 played. Yeah, I mean, okay. Just being serious, I mean, it's a very stable edge, and these are the kind of endgames that Magnus always excels in. Like, we've seen him grind down these slow advantages. At some point, I feel he will go for h6, g5, and maybe then knight h4 could be an idea. So, slight better, of course. I mean, white has drawing chances, but I think that it's right now I think that 65% Magnus wins and 35% it's a draw.
35 is still huge, yeah, for Mamedo. Okay. Let's go to the game.
Leon is winning, right?
Oh, Arjun made a mistake. He's in trouble
What?
now.
Really?
Arjun, 1 minute, you don't see. I'm going to ask you one question.
Yeah.
Okay. It was an amazing moment in that game.
Tell me when to look.
Yeah. Harshit bhai ko आधा घंटा बिठा. Okay. अरे भाई देख लिया ना आपने, देख लिया.
नहीं देखा. नहीं देखा.
हाँ. Black to play.
यहाँ पे नहीं है सागर. द सवाल तो
No, I
यहाँ
thought
पे
this
तो
was a very good
जवाब.
moment.
हम्म.
नहीं?
I mean, maybe d5, no, d5, d6 is not that good.
Let's see his
But that
calculation.
comes to my mind, like
Which one?
d5, knight c6, bd6, but
Oh,
maybe it's too much.
D5, knight c6, bishop d6.
But it's too much, I guess. I'm giving up too much material. Ace and
Bhai, you are exchange down. Huh?
okay. So, okay, let me think. Bishop d7 is, of course, most logical. Like,
वही था आपको question. Bishop d7, knight a6 and
short castle.
yeah, small edge for white.
Okay, so kya?
Black played bishop c7,
Knight c6, knight d5. Wow.
winning the game.
Wow. And then bishop b6.
Bishop
Crazy.
d7, bishop b6. So
Tough.
actually this bishop c7 के बाद Arjun I think completely collapsed. It feels like this move he must have missed because now he was thinking either I'll win this or knight a6, but now knight a6 means there's bishop d8.
Yeah, and then
there's
c5. c5 next.
super compensation.
I mean,
And
that is.
since then, if you look, the game has only gone downhill for Arjun. Like here, h3, c5, a5,
c4. Wow.
d4, c4. Take.
I don't know why. I mean, rook.
Wow, actually it didn't go downhill. He got
Yeah,
advantage
he got a
also.
big edge. But rook f2 was quite. I mean, it makes some sense that you want to go rook f2, rook c2. But Arjun played rook e1, short castles, knight b8. No, I don't know why people are saying he's in trouble. He's actually better.
नहीं अभी हुआ कुछ तो. एक मिनट. शॉर्ट कैसल हुआ क्या? शॉर्ट कैसल.
No, he's
Actually,
just
here,
better.
knight c4, he was in trouble.
Yeah, but his opponent played short castle, so he's back and he's better again. He needs to find knight b8, which is a bit
He
tough
found- he
actually.
found.
He found it. Wow, that's a cool move. Trying to go knight c6. भाई यहाँ पे usually black का घोड़ा होता है ना?
काला घोड़ा फेस्टिवल.
So by the way, guys, Harshit bhai has drawn his game against a very young, talented boy named Sklokin Sergey.
Yeah.
तो हर्षित भाई का वेरी यंग टैलेंटेड बॉय नहीं है?
हर्षित भाई थोड़ा very young नहीं, young talented boy है. ये very young था, 12 साल.
Okay, got it.
So I was actually trying to create some
What
balance.
knight d7? What is this concept?
So I want to go e5. I want to gain space with e5, and the thing is, didn't.
Why do you not want to start with c6 here?
Because then it's too symmetrical, and if I have to win, I need to change the character
But
of
then
the
why did you go d4, d5? Like, didn't you find any other move?
My
First move?
e4 is coming by, so I have to.
f5 maybe?
Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm very scared to push the pawn in front of my king.
भाई last round में कर रहा. ये एक लेना challenge to push. I think this is a
पर
fear.
अच्छा तो रहना चाहिए ना.
अरे हाँ सीरियस है.
Like do explore the possibility.
मैं explore किया मैंने पर पसंद नहीं आया मुझे.
नहीं for sure. If you don't like तो कुछ नहीं. But कभी-कभी इसमें I think f5 was not that bad.
Yeah,
But some players played it.
Oh really? I thought d5
Aryan
was very
played it, I
possible.
thought.
Aryan.
But he is in trouble, huh? He got in trouble.
Yeah, d5 is logical, I thought.
ये ऐसे normal position जैसा लगा.
So like knight d7 was at least interesting to get an imbalance, and now knight d2, e5, e4 takes. Knight f5 was so good by him. He really understood.
वो उसने क्या किया पता है? उसने ऐसे आया, आपको थोड़ा पुश करवाया सब जगह पे, and you got into trouble actually.
Yeah, and because if he goes back, I was going to go knight b6, and I thought that I'm slightly better here because e5 I have knight g4, but he went knight f5, which was the best, G6. Yeah, I was not sure what to do exactly here. Knight G3, King G7, just already slightly unpleasant for me actually. Yeah, now I F5. But if Knight D6, takes Knight F6 and it's equal. I didn't want to give up my bishop pair, you know. It's very hard to assess this, right,
No,
Amruta? Because white has a bishop pair. Imagine अगर ये C1 का bishop कभी C3 पे आ गया तो फिर it would have been really bad for me.
Definitely.
Finito.
But I guess that I am just in time to
Get your knight to E4.
yeah, and then maybe it's around equal. So actually in the game I went for this crazy line with King
हाँ भाई
H6.
अरे हाँ वो
राजा
position पे
पे
जाता
लेके
है.
गया H5 पे.
Oh God, this was funny because here I asked the people वो किंग का नाम क्या है करके. तो हर्षित राजा हो गया वो.
Yeah, and I thought
सेफ था क्या वो?
yeah, I
सेफ था
didn't think. I
उधर.
thought कि मैं rook e8 next जाऊंगा. At some point लगा तो I can even go bishop f5. I thought that I'm not really in big trouble. And here he offered me a draw, and I didn't.
He
think
went
that-
back.
Yeah, because I'm threatening bishop d6.
Yeah, you didn't take the draw.
He took a draw.
Yeah.
अच्छा after rookie one.
But F5 or is it bad?
Yeah, but I mean, how do I ever win this? Yeah. King G6.
भाई वो तो win कैसे होगा पता नहीं. You will have to keep playing, but it's not easy. It's an equal position.
Yeah.
There's no win inside. But you could have played on for 2-3 more hours, then got tired and then drawn.
No, but I mean, what weakness does white have? We have two bishops, 5 pawns, 5 pawns.
Nothing much. Just you are
So
playing
he
for.
became
like,
objective second round के पहले last round के पहले.
Yeah.
to take it.
And my king is also on h5. Yeah, I mean,
Decision.
come on, like it's like I can't over push as well because my king can be.
What do you think if Magnus is black against Slokin in this position?
Why are you comparing me to Magnus? Bhai?
पूछ रहा हूँ भाई. Like
Bhai,
what
he would play by.
He would.
He would not come in this position only.
No, I'm just thinking, is there anything that you can do here because you really wanted to win, right? Today. Or nothing like that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's why I was taking some chances.
Maybe bishop e6.
Yeah, b3 though.
b3, huh?
Yeah, and then c4 and
Or bishop b3. No, then c4.
b3 and then he goes c4 and.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay,
But
Harshit bhai,
last
that's
round
a
you will
very,
be wide.
very
It was a very
respectable
solid game. Like both players did not really make any big mistakes, and
Yeah.
it was around even.
Yeah, no, and Harshit bhai, last round you were white, okay?
Yeah.
And यहाँ पे neither there is rating का problem nor there is prize money का thing.
Yeah.
So बिंदास जाओ, जो भी हो
अरे,
खेलो,
Yeah, of course.
do or die.
धूमधाम.
Yeah.
एनर्जी भी कंजर्व नहीं करनी है, तो सारा डाल दो.
Yes.
So
All the best.
4.5 out of 8. You are +1 actually.
I'm +1.
That's a good score, yeah.
Hmm.
+2 हो गया तो काफी अच्छा है.
Yeah. Yeah, it's decent so far. I mean, could have been better, could have been
No,
worse.
today's game I thought there was no chance. You had.
Yeah, he played well. Like,
played
what can I do? Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
He played well, so there was no chance. Sometimes even like players who are not very high rated can play really well.
Guys, Sagar bhai and Amruta are giving such amazing insights here. I like the stream, yeah.
ऐसा इतना कोई insight नहीं दे रहे हम. भाई ये सब जीत
576
रहा है.
like है.
Let's go, baby. 1,000 incoming.
Oh, nice. But
Mitra Khatri, your biggest fan is saying Rajaji played all games amazingly. Just after commenting with Sagar bhai, मजा आ गया. हर्षित भाई मस्त खेले आप सारे rounds.
Hey, thanks a lot, Rudra.
yeah, सही है. But अभी लास्ट राउंड के लिए एनर्जी है ना हर्षित भाई?
Yeah.
खाना वाना खा लो अच्छे से.
अभी खाना खाता हूँ. Maybe I'll sleep for a bit.
Yeah, definitely you should sleep.
अलार्म
right?
लगाना भाई. कल
think-
हम लोग को
भाई-
क्या लगा पता है? डर गए थे कि उधर रिजल्ट का ग्लिच आया तुम्हारा और अर्जुन का. सो ऐसा लगा कि अरे 0 टॉलरेंस था. हर्षित भाई पहुंचा कि नहीं? बोर्ड पे.
Imagine.
हाँ हर्षित भाई, if you sleep then you can be more creative at the board, I think.
Yeah, because you're rested and then
Yeah.
your brain
Yeah, I think very important to take some rest now.
in freestyle. Yeah.
Yeah.
कौन बोल रहा है ये?
हाँ
Same
But
to
I
you
mean-
बोलो ना हर्षित, same to you.
सागर भाई को तो
Playing freestyle is playing requires a lot more focus,
Of course.
focused
Of
energy.
course.
By the way, ये
सागर भाई दूसरों को सोने के बदल क्या ही लाइफ एडवाइस देते हैं.
ये रुक इधर से इधर आके
वो
ये
बोलते हैं ना मतलब सिंगल पीपल गिव द बेस्ट डेटिंग एडवाइस वैसा है सागर भाई. खुद तो बिल्कुल सोते नहीं है,
बेस्ट देते हैं क्या?
दूसरों को
क्या
बोल रहे हो.
sarcasm है?
ये तो saying है.
Dating
तो तू दे दे एडवाइस.
Harshit bhai, how to have a good marriage का advice?
Single people giving the best dating advice. Oh God.
Very interesting. So Estimenko is going to lose to Vincent, and
Yeah.
Magnus most likely will put a lot of pressure.
Magnus-
Oh, he's completely winning Vincent.
Vincent Keymer has something about freestyle chess where he's able to outplay.
Oh, it's just winning a piece maybe. ED5, knight d5, queen c5 is just winning a piece now. Because if the knight moves e7 hangs, if you go e6, d6 knight hangs, this is just over. On the spot, I guess, if this happens.
Yeah.
क्या एक सेकंड नाइट f4 को क्या हो रहा है?
e7 मर रहा है.
Ah.
But maybe you can even take on f4, then e7 मर रहा है. Bishop h7 is also there. Rook, everything is coming. This is over.
पीस एक्टिविटी पे ही है सब कुछ.
Yeah, look at
Piece
this
activity
bishop on
matters a
b8.
lot.
Bishop on b8 is just very passive. So,
Hmm.
Yeah, today everyone chose d4, yeah? d4 was the overarching theme of the day. Today.
d4, yeah.
First move, d4. And then everyone got a very kind of London type
Yeah,
position.
very solid position. I guess Fabiano's game was very similar to mine, by the way.
Did you realize
Look at
one
this.
thing, Harshit bhai? That in freestyle chess, certain positions give really interesting games and certain positions don't give interesting games.
I mean, if white played e4 here, it could have been a very different position. And again, I think we would have seen a very, very dynamic position. Like e4, c5, let's say something like
This is
c3.
what Magnus did.
Trying to go for d4. No, Mehmedov did this.
I mean,
With as black. Yeah, yeah. And then he did some crazy pawn sacrifice. So, yeah.
what if, like, I'm just wondering if in the first move, is it very crazy to do d4, h5?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because the bishops are
Here, center, this
Exactly.
position center was important.
center was quite important. That's why I really wanted to stop e4 and c4. That's why d4 was either responded with d5 mainly, or some players who really
F5.
wanted to make it interesting went f5. But
No one went e5 actually.
yeah, because d queen knight f3 comes with a tempo. So otherwise, if the knight was on h1 or f1, it could make sense. But when the knight is on g1, you can't go for this break.
Yeah.
I feel.
But d4, d6 did you consider by chance?
Yeah, d6 is a
d6 I didn't like because
D6 is a very, like, the problem with this is that completely blunts my bishop on b8.
No, later you're gonna go a6 bishop a7. That's why, because you're going to short castle, na?
why it's better
So in
if you
this
must
situation-
win. Amruta has a point. Must win में if you do this opening, it's like perk defense
Immediately
या
a6
modern
नहीं, but हाँ,
modern
something
खेलते
like-
हैं. It's very bad.
Because
Yeah.
for a stronger
I
player,
don't know,
no?
must win या
Then-
must lose.
नहीं, but stronger player कैसे अंदर ही अंदर पूरा डेवलपमेंट कंप्लीट करके then directly he kind of pounces right on the opponent.
Yeah, but look at these bishops, yeah, eyeing, like, so I feel like this bishop needs to be on this diagonal to kind of match that. Otherwise, I feel like white will just have a clear attacking chance on the king side. But yeah, I mean, of course, if you are willing to take the risk to get an exciting game, then it's possible. I wanted to keep the game close, see if I can put pressure on the clock.
I think what you decided was much better than
Yeah.
in general.
And guys, Arjun is better. David made a blunder or mistake, and he has only 3 minutes on the clock.
Oh, let's see.
Arjun 32 minutes.
Let's see.
Crazy,
Yeah, I'm of course
crazy.
rooting for Arjun now that he beat me.
Ooh.
वो रहा.
Raju नहीं.
राजू?
अर्जुन और राजा का
तू तो
राजू.
क्या नाम सोचती है, मुझे डर ही लगता है.
भाई अर्जुन का गेम समझने को थोड़ा टफ पड़ता है तुमको. नाइट
मुझे भी थोड़ा टफ पड़ा कल.
भाई क्या चल रहा है गेम में? क्रेजी गेम.
But it's not that apparent that white is much better because black is wanting to go bishop a5 go bishop d2. I mean, black has some compensation for sure.
Right.
No, but some compensation in comparison to the kind of compensation he had is very less. So that's his.
Oh, wow. Guys, we have a very special guest joining us here. We have Vincent Keymer. Vincent, welcome.
Thank you.
And Vincent has scored a very, very important win today. Vincent, you managed to beat Esipenko with a brilliant game. We were just seeing how you managed to completely outplay him.
Yeah, I mean, basically, since I made that first draw, I knew that kind of if I want to fight for the victory or victory after Magnus, then I would have to win all the remaining games. So, as well, I mean, yesterday the game against Mostizan and also this was kind of, having to win. So, yeah, actually, the opening I was kind of annoyed that it's so symmetrical.
Yes, it felt like a normal game of chess,
Yes.
no?
We were also annoyed.
It was very difficult. Yeah, but then it got kind of, knight c5, and then suddenly it gets tricky. Like here, I think it starts being interesting. Knight e3, if he castles, I thought I would go b3, knight d6, and knight fe5. Yeah, and then... knight h5, but you see already kind of only move not to be seriously worse.
Wow.
So I'm sure he must have missed it. I thought this was unpleasant because otherwise, if I get f3, we get kind of what we got in the game. That I have this knight and this knight of 6 is such a stupid piece, and also it kind of has to stay there because otherwise the king side gets very weak. So it seemed kind of harmless, but it had some practical spice actually.
Yeah, I mean, what was it that he did wrong that suddenly you got is this like fact that you got the knight first and then you had f3 for coming?
That's important, but that's also why I have that extra tempo from the start. No, I think exactly like someone had to try knight g4. Like it's already kind of worse, but then he gets to play a game. I mean, it's like he's a very good player, so if he gets a chance to fight, of course it will be a fight. But the way we played in the game, he had like 0 counterplay, and the only thing I had to make sure is that I just calculate lines correctly. But he had never an active plan again because I was able to restrict all of his pieces.
Such a thing would generally not happen with Esipenko in standard chess, yes?
Of course.
In freestyle, somehow people do get into such a mess.
Yeah, it's easy because, for example, I think here we thought, c5, he kind of put in c4, there are some ideas, but after f3, position is just absolutely awful. I mean, okay, 0-6 is not even that high, but I think that practically it's way worse because it's so difficult to play. Yeah, and okay, stopping knight b5 as well. Yeah, like both of his knights have like 0 active plans, and knight h7.
Somehow, I mean, the engine is trying to quickly.
Before d, f, you can just take with the knight. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh no, bishop e4. I always forgot that after knight f7 there's castle. Oof. Because otherwise he just resigns. I thought he can never go with this, but here,
wow.
No, that's just the kind of freestyle miss that can happen. Yeah, if you're okay. Even here, I'm still better after knight e5, I guess.
But this would have been such a cool moment, yeah.
No, but I think also he clearly thought that knight h7 doesn't work because of e4. Also, it's very logical, kind of.
a5, rook c1.
Yeah, it's so sad, this whole position for him. Yeah, here I think was kind of important moment after 97. Like, I understand that my position is very good, but I had to make some decision. Okay, apparently, like every move wins.
Yeah, but what you did, like you are going for this e4 move, and
yeah, I thought it's quite straightforward way. I mean, okay, d, f, bishop h7. Also, he's not gonna have any fun.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, this queen c5, and I think he's just. There is no way to save this pawn, yes?
Yeah, well, there's like some funny lines like, okay, you can take bishop b1, rook b1, bishop c7, but of course, like knight d5, bishop d8, and I think even rook b7 is winning. If I want to.
Wow.
Fun, but of course, rook e1, rook b8, anything should win at that point.
It's amazing how even in this final position with equal material, completely lost, just passive.
Always because of the queen. Like if the queen stays passive, that's also how I won my round 2 game. Like attacks or general active play, if you're a queen up in active play, it's usually just crushing. And here, even his rook was trapped as well, so he was basically playing without his two most important pieces, and he never got to develop those in the whole game.
Right. And how? Yeah, Amrita, go on.
No, but I mean, you also had one of the round, some beautiful checkmate it ended into.
Oh yes,
Remember,
I think
Sagar,
you
that
played
was
the
like the epic.
kind of another immortal game here, it seems.
Yeah, it was kind of fun, but it wasn't really.
Fine.
I think you were winning, no?
No, I was completely
Yeah.
winning already for 10 moves, so I was just trying to. I was sitting there
Play for the
searching
crowd.
the most beautiful win. I mean, I think it was hard to mess up already, and I think he also clearly understood that this was not going to be a game to actually fight for anything, so it was kind of a funny situation.
Wow, but tell me something. It feels like you might have been, playing freestyle as like randomly at home since childhood. We were so good at it. No?
No, not
Really
at all.
not?
Yeah, actually, even since Weissenhaus, I didn't really do any prep in terms of opening or anything. But yeah, I mean, holding
Wow.
this against Magnus
This will be very tough.
I think like
He
very
won't
likely
do it.
to lose.
Actually,
I
if
would
he
give him
loses,
like 80-20. Yeah, then Magnus is winner already.
because if he wins, he's the champion with one round to spare. If he draws, then he might face you, perhaps.
But there is
There-
someone
there might
else
be-
on 6.5.
I mean, there is Fabi Drew.
Yeah,
There will be
Parham-
someone.
Parham will win, but doesn't matter because
Yeah.
Parham is already. He played Magnus already.
And if you face him and maybe have a chance to win, then there is a fight for the first still, if this is a draw. So that's an important thing. One question before we let you go, because you have an afternoon round as well, is many people were curious to know, like freestyle chess being new and so on, will there be new kind of stars found here because it's an open tournament? But one gets the feeling after 8 rounds that most of the best players are playing at the top. Do you also feel like players who are good at classical chess are also good in freestyle chess, or nothing like it?
Of course, there's a connection. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it necessarily is equal strength, but someone who's like a grandmaster will always be a decent or very good freestyle player, because basically the skills you need to kind of get used to new situations and the new positions you get are in a way similar to the ones you need to play chess well. It's just you kind of eliminate the opening prep part, but apart from that, good chess players will remain good chess players. So I think that's kind of the reason. But to see some players like Joe Baba, who basically love to play creative and interesting chess and maybe have issues with openings because they don't really work on them and then get very bad positions immediately, here that's kind of where they shine.
Right. So I think those who are creative but hate openings, but Bahadur was at some point around 27,
It was
30.
really
and 40.
high.
So maybe this is a very good way for them to make a comeback into chess, because opening theory is something they don't want to work on.
Yes.
Amazing.
And one more last question, Vincent, before you go, that do you know who won the first Fisher Random chess tournament?
First ever.
But I don't know when was the tournament?
1996.
No idea.
Vishy Anand.
No, somebody close to Vincent.
Oh, Peter.
I mean, I know Peter won the match, which was kind of,
Yeah,
but it was set early.
that was 19. Yeah, and he won ahead of Nikolic.
Okay.
He
Wow.
scored 9.5 out of 11. Yeah,
I don't know. It wasn't the match. Okay, it was something we come on.
Some tournament maybe.
Yeah, it seems.
yeah.
But I didn't know about it. So
Amazing. Well, thank you, Vincent, for coming here, and good luck for the last round.
thank you.
Guys, Vincent Keymer, the local hero here in Germany, with a great performance, 6.5 out of 8. And Amrita, maybe he will get a chance to fight Magnus for the title if Rauf Mamedov is able to hold this. But as Vincent said, very, very less chances of that happening. 80-20 is what he said, 20% chance for Mamedov to hold this.
So that's a bold prediction by an experienced and a top player. And I think, Sagar, last round Vincent Magnus would be exciting because, first of all, Vincent will go all in. Magnus would also want to do 9 out of 9 if he manages to beat Mamedov over here. So बहुत मजा आएगा,
Yeah,
crazy
but
होने
9
वाला है.
out of 9, maybe. Yeah, I think Magnus likes these things. I know
He
this.
likes, like you have to
Yeah.
find the little challenges for yourself, right? Like Aj,
But you know,
what is
Amrita,
the
Magnus said yesterday in the interview and even before that he's super tired. Like, I can tell you that this tournament is really, really tired for people who are not used to double rounds. And last
I
double
know, like
round,
imagine Sagar, we have played so many double round open tournaments. We
yeah.
have been tired. We understand that they are not experienced in that. Sagar, joke tha.
Amrita,
We are,
sometimes I am fixing something and my brain only switches off. Like,
नहीं
I
तुम्हारा
don't know.
brain अभी right now it's in a difficult situation. I
Sorry, Amrita.
completely
Your jokes I
understand.
am missing, but I
The
will.
joke was, Sagar, that we are more experienced than them in playing double round tournaments and having that stamina. That's maybe the only
But I
thing.
think
But,
like
but playing bad.
he would also get tired during double rounds. Remember?
Oh, so tired. In fact, one of the reason why at that point thoda kam bhi kiya chess, because early quality of games changes. No, you start blundering like crazy.
Yeah. Arjun game, Amrita's jokes are just the same like Samay's chess strength. ऐसे बोल रहे हैं लोग. It's a
ठीक है
very
ना,
nice
1400.
statement.
हाँ
Because,
ना, बढ़िया है.
if
It's
you
an
agree that
appreciation.
Amrita, if you agree that Samay is a good player, then your jokes are also good.
Oh, of course. Good क्या? Great player यार.
Oh
समय
my
तो
God.
come on.
So for making your joke sound good, you can make him a good chess player.
हाँ ना,
क्या बात.
absolutely.
But with this bishop nicely perched on d8, Ralph has stopped the queenside expansion from Magnus. And I think that's a smart idea. So now Magnus has to find another way to break in. What could that be is the question. Maybe there is a way to do it. King h5, g5, king h4, king h3. Could be. I mean, he can stop with king g2, but
And we know the principle of two weaknesses is important. So if only like b2 is weak, then there are two isolated pawn which white is having. Guys, normally rook and bishop is a better combination than rook and knight. We all know it by now. But in this scenario, black is still better. So then comes the question that what are the things which are in favor of black? Would you be explaining those? Sagar?
yeah, I think in general, Amrita, these pawns being fixed, not being able to move, these pawns fixed on the opposite color than the opponent's bishop, the knight having a very stable square from where it cannot be kicked. All these are contributing to white being really, really passive. But it is quite possible that, oh, maybe the thing is, white has one counterplay, which is rook e5 always to attack here. But he can't do that instantly because b2 falls with a check, and somehow you get this sense that b2 is a much more important pawn than d5 because after b2 falls, c3 and a3 both get weak.
But because you have bishops, right? And generally your passers are more dangerous than knights. So if you, for a moment, he has gone king g2. Is he intending king h3 and then rook e5 so that rook b2 doesn't fall in a check?
Yeah, it's a good point to put
Like
the
king
king on
h5.
h3. But I would be very scared to do that because rook g1 and your king would get almost mated, yeah, somehow.
Oh, what
I
did he
don't know.
play?
He went king h5. Magnus, Magnus is taking
Oh.
super risk because he sees that if rook e5,
Isn't-
he can give a check. Let's say king h3, or where do you want to go? Maybe h3,
King
let's
h3,
say.
of course.
And now g6.
And rook
And if you
d5?
take rook d5, then now
Two or
rook
what?
b3, and you can't save these pawns actually. It's amazing.
Oh, so you are faster. Matlab, suppose rook e5, rook c3, d5. फटाफट एक मिनट रुक ठीक है रुक
Rook
c5 is
a3,
better. Rook a3 मारोगे?
rook c3. I mean, I'll just take. You can't push your
d6,
pawn.
d6.
rook d3.
I can.
Check
Bishop
ले लो.
c7. सब कुछ ले लो, बस d7 पे बेट लगाई है. Bishop c7.
But अभी तो आगे भी नहीं बढ़ रहा है. This is bad, yeah.
Yeah.
This will also run.
So Daryadil, all charity happened.
Actually, Magnus assesses this correctly that b2 pawn is very, very important. So he cannot, like, Momedov cannot go rook e5 in any case. So Momedov has to be very passive. And he went bishop c7, which is fine. He's staying there, he's hanging in there. He's asking, and this is the right thing to do, to ask Magnus, where is your win? What is the way in which you will win this position?
Okay, so Mamedar have how much time? Basically.
Sendilnath with a very good plan actually, Amruta. He's saying g5, knight g7, king g6, knight h5, knight f4.
Wow.
But
But
Sendilnath,
knight
and the
f4
thing
bishop
is,
f4.
the bishop will stay here, and yeah, I mean, your knight would be chopped off. And I think rook endgame is not easy to win.
I'm also not sure about it. But an idea to keep in mind, not just knight f4, maybe Sagar after g5, once the knight is on g6, it can intend knight h4. And there the isolated pawn helps because it is weak. So actually a good plan to keep in mind, Sendil, for sure. And Arjun is winning, guys. Can we have a look at Arjun's game? Because I feel if Arjun wins, he might be on top 2 or max to max top 3 boards in the last round, which will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, true. I think
Sagar,
one of the things that I am amazed by Arjun is the way in which he comes back. He lost one game to Aryan Chopra, but after that, if you see that same, like him losing a game was not that normal. Then he beat some FM, then he drew, then he beat Harshit. Now he might beat Anton. So
yeah.
big
And also
fighter.
Anton, he finding bishop c7 and all those amazing moves, okay? Finally, like you lose the game. If you lose the game, you don't, like, how do you feel about it after playing a very good game?
I mean, you
If
mean
Anton
after
loses.
if
If
Anton,
Anton loses,
I think
no?
Anton played few good moves, but also played few bad moves. So one cannot say that he played super chess, like his best chess or something.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, he
thoda sa.
did play good moves. He found this bishop c7 and he put pressure on Arjun. But this is why Arjun is 2800 and Anton is 2700 close to. So there is small difference where people often misunderstand what this rating means. My feeling is that when someone is 2800, they are just able to pose more problems than a 2700 can pose.
Yes.
There is a difference in that.
That's true. That's true. Absolutely. Okay, so Arjun, but very good news is Arjun has managed to get a winning position. What? Anton is down to 1 minute. Arjun has 22 minutes plus material up. He still has work to do, I believe. Correct? Because exchange up and
Rook pawn, maar do abhi, rook takes a4. Then you have the a pawn passer. So should
then
be
it
good.
is.
Should be good. By the way, people were saying Nepo was worse, but now he has gotten some kind of a drawn position in spite of being 2 pawns down, which is amazing.
Pranesh is in trouble, and Leon, how is he doing?
Oh, Leon should
With
have been
Wonder?
winning, I feel.
No,
with
it's
winning, I feel.
0.22, 52.
Oh,
You
but he
can't
came
see.
back. Huh? He was with Gokar Khan. It's a complex position, Amrita. Maybe not so easy
passer.
to
But
know.
if a mistake, then possible. Like Leon is having 9 minutes, Gokar Khan in 8 minutes, and generally for a stronger player, sometimes in time pressure things could change. So we have to see. By the way, Arvind is winning. His opponent
Oh.
Juraj made a blunder.
Crazy.
अभी अरविंद का सूरज आ रहा है.
What Arvindh Chithambaram has. Look at this, Amruta. Can't believe it. Like here, Juraj was completely winning, because if you see, he's an exchange up. Arvind is like lost, but then suddenly he gave up a piece, ठीक है, यहाँ पे, and Arvind took to give this. This is crazy. Like you have 3 pawns for a rook, and then check, king came up, check, king went here. They tried to win the pawn. He defended, king e2, Rook h2, king d3, rook h5, king e2, draw kar lo bhai. But he wants to win. And now just g2 and winning.
Yeah, G2, rook D1, rook H1. Like, he can't miss G2. Like, it's the first move you will consider. He would have thought of some mating idea or what?
He missed
How do you
it.
miss? Like, G2 by कोई भी ध्यान तो रखेगा ही ना?
You are saying g2, rook here, rook
Rook
h1.
H1.
What if I go back here?
Rook H. Okay, wait, rook E1 check.
Oh, yes. Because if queen, I have take and take. But yeah, check, king here,
No, but
I
king
thought,
D4.
and check, and trade the rooks and queen.
Okay.
Oh, they drew?
Acha, were they analyzing then?
Okay, they drew. Okay, king e4 was just putting the king in the center. Got it.
Aresh, this is such a classic blunder normally we make.
Yeah, it's a draw. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the unnecessary excitement, but yeah.
Oh God.
Pranesh
Okay.
is so close to checkmating a Wonder Liang, it feels like. There is
What
this.
is this position? And how is it like? I can't. If you don't show me the engine, I would be like, kahan se he is in a bad position. But in the meantime, we should catch up with Magnus's endgame.
Sure, that's the most important actually.
Yeah, because
So what Magnus did was after bishop c7, he gave a check, king f2, g5, bishop g3, knight g6. As we thought, the knight's position is slightly improved, but the bishop takes care of covering all the squares that the knight can go to in general.
guys, we are looking at it. We have 1400 people on the stream. How many likes do we have? 665. Do like the stream. More people will get to know. It's going to be a last round at 7:30 p.m. today. And right now we are looking at, can Magnus achieve the feat of 8 out of 8? And not just that, if he wins this, then he is a champion round to spare. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि next round you guys will not see the games. But like the stream, guys. Oh, Leon is winning now. Okay, Bar says Leon is winning.
Oh, उसने
Arjun
king
is
f7
winning.
नहीं खेला रहेगा उधर. That was
Great.
the only move. How to win for Magnus, guys? How to win? I don't know.
But looking at Magnus's heart rate, क्या बोलूँ सागर? Like it's 98 and he has no stress. So does it mean like he knows that either it is a draw or win, or is he thinking that obviously I'm gonna convert this? At this moment,
I don't know,
what's my
like
thought
this such
process?
positions I used to struggle a lot, where if I don't see an obvious plan, I couldn't win such positions with black, even though I knew I was better. And I am curious. Look at what Magnus did. He removed his rook from b1 to come to d1, and I'm not so sure what he's aiming
A5,
for.
B4. But then whenever you play A5, bishop C7,
Yeah,
B4, bishop A5, BA, BA, rook A1, bishop B4 is always there. Okay.
yeah, but also then this knight could jump in. So you know,
Tactically,
it's
he has
possible
kept
that
the
he's
A5
trying for
possibility.
this.
Yes. We have Vine,
Vines.
backer of Indian chess and member for 1 month, who says Magnus will go as the greatest of all time in 5 years.
Oh, by the way, Amruta, some progress now for Magnus, because I think his opponent made a mistake with king h3. He had to play king f2, keep the king there, but he went king h3, which is, he saw no
Natural,
difference.
kind
Rook
of.
d3 attacking here, he'll come back king g2 for
Rook
sure. But
No,
now
rook F2 भी जा सकता है ना?
king g2 makes
Rook
sense.
F2 को knight F4 check, bishop F4, GF. Sorry, it doesn't work.
So knight h4, Amruta here. Take. King takes h4.
Oh, this rook endgame is winning, kya? While Sendel had mentioned such an idea, we were looking at it.
I think the way to win this is called this concept in chess called widening the beachhead, which is h5, g4, take, g3, and then making more space for the king. That's what I think should be winning.
Oh,
Or maybe
how?
a5,
No,
b4.
that cannot
Maybe
be
a5,
winning.
b4 is winning just straight. Say king f2, then king h3 might be dangerous. So
Actually,
I
maybe
don't know,
white is
there's
landing in a
White
zugzwang.
doesn't have too many moves, but okay,
Ah,
he can keep
A5.
waiting. And b4,
B.
ab, ab.
Yeah,
Yeah.
CB would be just dead
So
loss.
this is maybe how he wins, yeah.
Oh my god.
He plays
But he
a5.
he
plays
will
a5.
put pressure, Sagar. Knight is very important because Mamedov has time pressure. And against less time, knight is the big enemy.
But where is Mamedov? He went to the
उठ गया,
washroom.
उठ के गया. So A5, tactically working. Now if bishop goes to C7, he will go B4.
No, bishop c7, Amruta, yeah.
B4.
No
Bishop
worries
A5
about
cannot
this.
happen
Also, knight
because of
h4.
knight F4.
Don't
नहीं,
forget
अरे
you will
सुनो
lose
ना,
this pawn.
सुनो ना. ये वेरिएशन दिखाओ ना, B4.
Yeah, here bishop c7.
Oh, Arjun is very clearly winning. Bishop A5 नहीं हो सकता है because of knight F4 check. But if he doesn't take, then the whole point of that bishop was to stop the pawns on, advancing on dark squares, which it is not able to do anymore. Arjun,
Achubai wins.
हो गया क्या? Can we go there? Wow, beautiful last position.
Crazy. Check here, check. h3, what a move. So good, man. अर्जुन जिस तरह से चेस खेलता है ना, मेरे को कभी समझता ही नहीं है. He's so good.
Sometimes I feel like once he is in his momentum, he is just completely unbeatable. Matlab, anybody for that matter, even if it is Magnus in front of him, he's just unbeatable. And those phases Arjun does have number of times.
Yeah, Arjun
It
is now
cannot be
on
a
6
permanent
points.
phase, but
Amruta.
it is.
He's on 6.
Yeah.
He will be
Amazing.
looking to end with 7.
7 is going to be a good score, and on 6 he might.
Lot of players are there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Magnus
So
is
Magnus-
actually calculating b4 now, Amruta. And I think Magnus realizes that maybe he has burnt the bridges in some way, because now if he doesn't do something and like the white rook can also get active. For example, if he changes his plans, I don't know how to even change plans now. He's put himself in such a situation, he has to go b4.
Yeah.
There is nothing else. But b4 now.
What is he calculating for B4?
b4, ab. One thing is cb4 doesn't look good because of rook b3, not rook d4, when the b pawn could become risky. But rook b3, take this pawn, then both these pawns are weak.
Oh, actually, I thought rook d4 is winning. So rook d4 is not winning, yeah?
No.
Because of b5.
Yeah, b5.
And rook d3, b6. Rook b3.
Bishop c7. And maybe white made some progress, no? Here.
Yeah. The b6.
By the way, b4 on the board. b4 on the board. Raut will take most likely. Pranesh is winning, Amruta. That's huge. Yeah, he's better. I felt that he might be able to create this because it's such a messy position, Amruta. It's just so messy.
Yeah.
Rook b3. Whew. Crazy. If fg2 there is rook f4. Wow. ये खेला तो ये मर रहा है. Aryan is in trouble, it feels, against Sorensen.
But he should wriggle out. He'll wriggle out.
Maybe.
Okay, before AB has happened, and now the base of the pawn chain is changing, guys. First it was B2, now it's going to be C3. So what happens is the black rook can attack two things at a time, from rook D3, C3 and F3 both. But exactly, also for the knight, I'm just wondering, what after BC rook stays on C2, you will need to do something with the knight. If you go direct rook C2, then B3 would be a problem, no? Because B3, rook D1, rook D1, rook C1, rook C2.
Actually, this position,
not
Amrita,
really.
this is winning.
This rook endgame is much clearly winning.
Yeah, because I think you have two ideas. One is king, first keep the king here. Second is then bring the rook here. If he takes, you win. Otherwise, you just exchange and then king comes here and wins here.
King pawn endgame is easily winning. So a long-term advantage. That's why I don't think you can allow B3. But then what? Maybe he's not going to take on C3. He's anyway intending B3, Sagar. Oh. Because if he takes B takes C3, then I think maybe it is not going to be enough. Or break ही नहीं है ना.
What if rook e6?
Rook e6 or B3? No. अच्छा, winning a pawn takes, rook takes C3. वो क्या करेगा? Good question यार. Rook C3 को क्या problem है?
Rook d6. Getting closer, yeah, to draw.
So right now he cannot go rook.
He has to go in, Amrita, here, rook e6, and trying to come here, and then check, and then come back. He is okay to trade. And then after trade, b3. We have to play this knight bishop endgame, which is not so simple to know what is going on. I think it should be winning for black somehow or the other.
Guys, which are the bishop versus knight endgame or endgames which you remember between famous players?
This might become a very famous endgame, yeah, Amrita? This one.
If Magnus
Which we
wins
are-
this, for sure.
Which
Because
we
even Mamedov is playing well. It's not like he's just completely
Yeah.
making bad moves. Such endgames become famous when both the players are able to find the best moves, and yet it's like one little mistake after a few moves, then another little mistake after a few moves. Those kind of. No, people do not remember any endgame, I think. Bishop versus
I think
knight.
Fischer Taimanov is the very famous
Yeah.
bishop knight endgame.
Guys, you should study that Fisher time, and I'm sure you'll find a lot of videos as well. But it's one of the fundamental endgames. If you want to improve endgame, that one endgame, even if you study for 2-3 days, Dvoretsky also has given that endgame. Your endgame understanding will improve tremendously for all those who want to. Yeah, B3 happened.
No, wait.
Yeah. I see the pawn.
I think, but he played what? CB. Oh, he took CB. This is lost
Some
now.
pawn has a-
This is lost.
Oh, he goes rook B3. Magnus finds rook B3.
Crazy. Winning.
Stopping it.
Magnus is going to win this tournament with one round to spare, guys.
You see, Mamedov has had only 30 seconds left. And when you have less time, sometimes you go for simple moves. That's why C takes B4 was simple, because to assess B3, in less time, it could feel, oh, the game might just completely get over. And moves like rook e6 need some time to calculate, and that's why it becomes tough when you are in a defensive position.
Played bishop d6. And now, Amrita, he has to find knight h4, which he will. Proceed.
But is it like only move or something?
Yeah, it's the
Sarah?
only move. But
Acha.
like if you cannot win this pawn, you cannot win this pawn, and if he's coming here to save this pawn, then this is the only way, no? Right?
Yeah. Okay, he finds anyway. Knight is on h4.
Himang says if Magnus draws this, it already confirms his title. How? Because Vincent is 6.5, no?
And Vincent versus Magnus, it's last round, so mostly not. No?
Hmm. Oh, he went bishop c5.
Yeah, now rook f. No, now knight f3, no?
Yeah, both are winning.
Oh, knight f3, rook e3. Rook e3, king e3. Knight
Oh, Amruta, knight f3,
h2,
rook e3
b5.
is drawn.
Oh, it's a race. No.
Actually,
White
white wins
is
here.
winning.
Yeah.
Because then you see the power of the bishop and the pawn passer, long range. So not knight f3.
Just चुपचाप रुक से ले लो भाई.
वो चुपचाप ही ले रहा है वैसे. He's not talking. चुपचाप. तो एक बार दो भाई थे. एक का नाम था चुप, दूसरे का नाम था चाप. उनको हमेशा कैसे बुलाते थे? चुपचाप आ जाओ. एंड मैग्नस का स्ट्रेस लेवल बढ़ गया ये जोक सुन के.
Nice.
Oh God. Why is he thinking? Because he cannot take knight f3. Rook f3 is the winning move, right? Or is there anything else? King g6, king f5, king f4. Is he thinking of waiting? Because that would be risky with rook e5, no?
Yeah.
And rook e5, rook b2, king g3. Maybe not c3.
No, he's not made a move. He's he's got
Oh, about. Please, rook f3 check on the board, guys.
Rook. King e1, but his stress level has become high, Amruta. Because title is close.
That is another thing. Other than calculation, suddenly things start coming at you. 10 out of 10. Thank you, Rudra.
Now he's playing Amruta king c2 and then trying to enter and trying for more. With this.
But can I go knight f3?
Yeah.
Because I stop rook e5 and I keep an attack on h2 and g4 is the next.
Now
king g4, king h3, correct. Because g4 के आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रही हूँ. अब तुम बोलो now.
नहीं अभी थोड़ा टफ लग रहा है क्योंकि ये if I move my rook you will take this and if I play rook e6 to attack this you will play h5. So looking tough.
What did he play? कुछ तो हुआ तो सही. Magnus has played. Yeah, rook b3 king. Knight f3 king गया c1 पे. But this whole endgame Magnus did find a way to put pressure, use the time pressure of Mamedov. Always kept this, he never lost it. ऐसा कभी situation नहीं आया where white felt that okay, now he looks comfortable. And every knight f6, knight e7 were important moves in the middle game.
King c1.
But I said that the game will get over very soon. The whole prediction was wrong.
Yeah, Amrita,
Queens got exchanged.
Mamedov played really well.
Amazing chess. G4 was a classic move he found.
This is also a plan, no? Amrita? King G4. Oh, he played G4. King H3, King H4, King H3, H5, H4, G3. And white can't do anything. White ऐसे ही
Yeah,
फंस गए.
tied down.
He might resign very soon.
No. Because थोड़ा early है ना? Still a possibility to make mistake for Magnus.
But
And we are going to have Kramnik, no, in the next round.
yeah,
I mean, in the beginning
yeah.
on commentary. Okay, we have right now 1600 people. We have 738 likes, guys. As Sagar's aim for every stream is 1000 likes. If possible, like the stream and love yourself. That's always possible.
Bishop D6 को King H4 खेला. Again a good move because I guess if you took the pawn, then check, and this is what white wants, more activity. But with King H4 now there is no rook E5. The threat is H5, King H3, H4, G3. Amazing how Magnus doing it step by step. No jaldi.
Yeah, there is nothing about him that, feels like it's withering away.
Hello, Magnus. Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We were just learning how to grind this endgame, and you already have finished it here.
Yeah, I can actually show you guys how I finished. So I played H. This is the problem with delays, that you get these spoilers, but
No, but we had no doubt that you would convert this. Like, it was, the advantage was increasing.
yeah,
all the
I think
while.
I played this. He played. What did he do? Now I cannot even remember.
But D4 is.
No, I think maybe he gave a check. Maybe he gave a check. Why can't I remember this already? I think he did this actually. King F5.
Sorry. I just need
Yeah.
to put the board. Yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, so I think he did this, and then H4. He went rook to E2. I played rook D3. King B1. Knight takes D4. Rook E5 check. King F6.
Wow. Magnus, what a fantastic. You won this tournament with one round to spare, 8 out of 8. Did you feel that this was as smooth as the scoreline suggests here?
No, certainly not. I've certainly gotten like a little bit lucky in the sense that I haven't played anybody 2700 plus, but that's just the way it happened. I feel like I've had a lot of good fragments of games, but honestly, the second rounds of the double rounds have been quite tough. And then of course in a couple of those games it could have been differently, but I'm really happy with the way that I played with black. I mean, I won for all 4 games, assuming I get white in the last round, and I generally I generally won them quite nicely.
And how are you able to manage your energy level? Like, we are so exhausted with these double rounds. You look so fresh today, at least.
It's called the shower. No, I'm really tired too, but I've been really motivated to I'm really motivated to do well and do my job properly, and it's extra nice, of course, even though like it's two games in a day and it's tough, but it's extra nice to play a variant of chess that I really enjoy.
Wow, you must have been playing double rounds after a long time, right?
20 years, I
Yeah,
think.
I think it's something like 20 years. Maybe I played one 18 years ago. I'm not sure, but it's certainly a very long time ago.
And yesterday's game with Parham, that was insane.
That was, I think, the game of the tournament. We felt.
Yeah, that was again typical second round of the double round. It's just so hard to keep everything under control. Yeah, he put up a fantastic fight, and of course the end was a bit abrupt, but I'll take it.
Magnus, which is your favorite game from this list of opponents that you played?
Honestly, I would say the last one, since it's the one that got me to 8 out of 8, and of course there were points where you could have defended, but I'm very happy with
Knight f6 move was so good when he played g4.
Yeah. I was really happy with the way that I solved the opening, actually. The thing is, Knight f3, like, it's kind of shocking that this is already a mistake, but here he just doesn't have a good move already, and it makes a little bit of sense because these bishops are still not in the game while mine are, but still it's kind of harsh to make two natural moves and then be worse. I mean, to his credit, he realized it and he defended really well for a long time, but I was really happy with that. Yeah, this was
Knight
f6. Like, I was trying to see if this works or not, but I couldn't really figure it out. Like GH, check,
or even f3, right?
King G6, and yeah, Rook G1. Sorry?
Instead of
Maybe
H3,
even
F3.
F3. Yeah. But what I mean, I wasn't very happy with this at first, but what I was very happy to find, I think this was my best move of the game for sure. To move H6. Because it's a little bit counterintuitive, because generally you want to put the pawns on light squares against the bishop, but I realized I have to take control over this square. And I'm also preparing G5 and then Knight H4, which is a very dangerous plan. So he either has to go for some sharp counterplay, or he has to defend passively. But now I get in this Knight E7, he kind of play Bishop G5, and I think this in practice it's very hard to hold. So yeah, that's kind of what you have to do with the black pieces. You just grind it down, and if he holds, but usually people crack when they have to defend for the whole game.
And one more game which I thought was very
But just I had one question in this,
Yeah.
that in the opening, Magnus, were you considering the ideas with Bishop G4, F5, Queen H5 kind of thing before Queen B5?
you mean here?
General
After
idea, then
D4.
Bishop G4, yeah.
D4, C4, maybe keeping the
Yeah,
queen.
I was considering it, but the endgame just looks so nice for me. Yeah, I was thinking about ideas I think in other lines also Bishop G4 can be very awkward. But no, I was thinking about keeping the queens on the board, but with the tournament situation and everything, just getting a pleasant endgame on move 6. Like he said after the game, like you kind of had your position on move 6 already. Which was, that was very nice.
I think this one game where you played with Evander Liang is the great representation that if you play chess like normally, this is a great position in standard chess, but in Fischer Random, CD4 is like bad move because you got 5.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, like, it's the queens, right? When the queens are in the corner, then it's kind of red alert already. And I think he probably missed the move knight e6. I mean, I can go... The shocking part is that I can go like d6, f4, knight d6, and so on, and I'm still doing fine.
G3, knight f4. And
there, G3, knight f4, exactly. But he can go bishop e3 and keeps things together. which is why I realized that I needed this exactly for these two reasons. So, I mean, not only is his position like maybe suspect positionally, but it also like concretely tactically collapsed. I mean, I wasn't thrilled with the way I played after. Like he actually put up really good resistance.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just this just shows how difficult it was, and I guess I wonder he played 4 rounds of the Classical Open, and then he wasn't quite adjusted. Even though he won a nice game against Darda, he wasn't quite adjusted to playing a different starting position. But I mean, it's really shocking. It feels like in pretty much every black game, I've just been able to get very good positions quickly, which I think like it's a bit random, but.
No, I think you basically understood all the dynamics really well in different games. I think not many players because in our Grand Slams that are happening, there are not enough games, but here you can see players are making mistakes, taking this as standard chess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you cannot throw away everything, but it really helps to have some practice, that's for sure. And you see somebody like Vincent again. I mean, he's only +5, but honestly, like seeing the way that he's played in a lot of games, it's just complete difference in class in terms of how he understands the position.
Today as well.
Today as well, yeah, it was just a clean crush.
But we saw that right now the standings show that most of the players who are strong are at the top, which means that actually freestyle chess isn't like someone totally like 2500 is going to come and crush here.
Yeah, let me just see how. Oh, I go to round 9. No, sorry, round 8.
I have
guess.
chess results.
Players over.
Yeah, I just want to see.
Over.
Okay, Navarra. Why on earth did Navarra give us a special? Yeah, that's not my problem. Yeah, so Pairings 6.5, Sloaner 6.5. I mean, I assume I'll probably play Vincent unless they prioritize colors. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, that's what you usually see after all that. I just think like without theory, like the best theory.
Yes.
There will be even more.
You think so?
I would think over time that they will be even more dominant, but I'm not sure.
And you were always enjoying yourself, right? From the start, from the first move playing here.
Yeah.
Except for the double, maybe tiredness.
Yeah. Except for the fact that it's very tiring. I've talked about it before, but it's just a completely different feeling for me sitting down to the board for a freestyle game.
Amazing. And Magnus, I think many more open tournaments might happen, in freestyle. I think people enjoyed it here.
I really hope so. I think for like the very best players, it's fantastic, and for a lot of other players as well. Especially people. You can also see that a lot of people who are not theoreticians are doing well because they don't have to play theory. So I think it's a great show for everybody, and I really enjoyed it, but I still got work to do in the last round.
Yeah.
But
Ella would be very happy that round to spare you're the champion.
Yeah, of course. Now like part 1 is kind of done, but of course I want to go for the perfect score, like
Zagreb, yeah.
I mean, you don't get the chance to do that basically ever.
Yeah.
So I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to do something crazy, or at least I don't think so. I'll just try and play normal, but I'm not going to go into the last game in a tournament that I've already won thinking I just.
Fantastic.
Not that you can do that.
Yeah, well, Magnus, thank you for stopping by. And I know the last round is there, but what's next after this for you?
I've been on the road for 3 weeks now, so I'll go back with my wife to Norway, and we'll have a little bit of rest and hopefully some Norwegian spring.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you, guys.
There we have it. The champion of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen, with an amazing performance. Amruta.
Wow, it was amazing to get his insights. Actually, so many things like the end game from sixth move. He's been very happy about it.
Yeah, he's just crazy. Yeah, the way in which he showed at sixth move, Amruta was his favorite.
Yeah, we should look at that because I think at that
I think
moment
we
maybe
skipped
we
that
were
moment.
because we were at some other game and then it was something which we couldn't really analyze. So great analysis.
People are
Yeah,
saying I'm feeling the aura from the screen.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a shock because, like right now he'll come is something you don't expect
How
because
did you get him, Aditya Bhai? You asked him.
Yeah, yesterday he said no very politely. Today he was going. Thankfully, nobody else interviewed him. So he was fresh.
Oh,
And he was looking so fresh today.
yes.
So, it
He
was-
won the tournament.
Yeah.
With 1 round to spare.
so he knew that he said no yesterday. So he immediately agreed.
Wow.
wow.
Thank you.
And also he
We
Aditya
were
OP
like
yaar,
thinking, अभी stream बंद करना है वगैरह, and Magnus came, Vincent came today.
because there
It
are
was
double
such a-
round, no Sagar, and then like last round anyway is going to happen and बाद में बात हो सकती है करके like I never thought in between 2 rounds he would come. So I thought
But Amruta, maybe him winning the tournament is a big boost for him.
and also 8 out of Sagar see 9 out of 9.
Yeah, you are right.
It's
You are right.
all because there is something which is you don't get this chance often. It can only happen when
But I
after
think,
5 out of 5, 6 out of 6 you kind of can get that thought.
I think there is a small difference in the fact that he's already won the tournament.
Mhm.
If someone was on like 7.5 and then he's on 8 and a loss would mean he would not come first, then a draw can be a very good thought there because you haven't yet sealed it. But because he has sealed it, now he has nothing more to worry, right?
No, but he's not. He just wants to beat every guy out there. It's more like that. He's not thinking only about draw. Why would he
Yeah.
think about that? He's the best player of the world. He wants to beat everyone. That
Yeah.
too, highly experienced. But amazing. I think it was so good to hear the thoughts.
True. It was just amazing. I think Amruta, there were some phenomenal games that he played here. But as he said, his favorite was his last round game.
Yeah, it was a
Against,
very big fight by Mame though. So incredible.
No, but I think this game is very good. In fact, I felt that there are many games from this tournament that can be used as a good training material.
Yeah, maybe you should do on
Oh,
chess.
actually, we should have done Bakro, Amruta. The Bakro one we could
Arey,
have
the
asked him.
Queen D5. Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
move.
fantastic calculation actually.
But also, how much we could have. Main problem was double round, no? So
Yeah.
we also couldn't really
Bakro
disturb him too
and
much.
Grandelius was very
अरे
slow.
नाइट बॉट इज इमीडिएटली चेस रंगा सुनने के बाद चेकआउट चेस रंगा क्रेजी मतलब रियली क्रेजी
Yeah, maybe it's 8 years. Okay.
but I mean I really cannot imagine
People are
a
saying,
whole
MB says, give the people what they want. Magnus versus Hans last round. That would be epic. Magnus is like, okay, Magnus, you have won the tournament, so now choose who you want to play. And then give him Hans.
oh god. No, but I think the most surprising thing for me in this tournament is that an open tournament with 8-9 Indians and we missed seeing one Magnus versus some Indian player, but it's okay.
Yeah. In Qatar,
Next
he played
time.
all Indians, remember?
Yeah.
So it happens.
Also change for him, maybe some change for him. Yeah.
So Magnus won Esipenko
Oh yeah,
Lost.
Sagar is saying good luck to Magnus, says Paris.
Yeah, I
Magnus
mean, I
doesn't
don't know.
need
It's just
luck.
in
No,
general,
I understand it's a joke.
I I actually, to tell you the truth, I was mentally not prepared with too many
Prepared.
questions for that, so I could have asked more. But I think it was nice. He spoke many
Yeah,
things.
yeah. No. Obviously, and Sagar, if you're not mentally prepared, like we were shocked. Even when you said hi, like
No, I was
somebody's
not
coming,
shocked.
I never thought Magnus would be there because
I was
2 rounds and he's so tired.
I was not shocked, but I was like, many times, when these last interviews have to be done, I prepare chess questions. But
Questions.
I think in general, this a wonder thing, because I did it today morning, I saw like it was just a normal game of chess. Like a wonder was playing like classical chess and Magnus outplayed him.
Hmm.
I don't
Amazing.
know what freestyle chess is going to happen in future. We don't know, but at least for now, it's going pretty strong. Yeah, overall.
Yeah. People, one thing is clear, whoever have played it have enjoyed the freshness of it. And it has, well, yeah, anything new in life, newness is important.
Yeah.
But there also we have to put some effort to bring in the newness. वैसे ही नहीं आता है. Okay, but Sagar, you have to really take rest for the last round.
Yeah.
It is last and the best, and I suggest you don't get out of the room. Can you crash over there?
Here.
Yeah. You will
Yeah.
not get sleep otherwise. 15 minutes of sleep is not enough. Instead of that 1 hour, you can actually sleep over there.
No, it's fine. I will manage.
सो के फिर फ्रेश होके उठ के जाओ फिर रूम में फ्रेश होने को.
Karthikeyan won, Amruta. Against
Oh wow,
Mika
the
Levs.
king in the center.
Leon won. That's also great. Arvin drew.
Arjun won.
Arjun won. Harshit
Harshit
drew.
drew.
Aryan Chopra won. So
Aryan
actually,
also won. Wow, great result.
yeah, today it seems like everyone won, no? Then
No one is tired. No one is. ये क्या?
no one lost today.
No one lost. Okay. Chalo guys, see you in the evening.
Oh, Pranesh won. Huge win, Amruta. Pranesh. Because I think Pranesh was the most important because he was on the highest score as Indians.
No, I think Arjun was on the highest score. 5. Arjun and Pranesh both
Same.
were on 5.
Yeah.
They both went on. In fact, even Karthikeyan was on 5.
5.
I'm not understanding कि 3.5 का बीच में कैसे है. Okay. So 3 Indians on 6, Sagar. Oh, I hope that Arjun doesn't play with Murli.
Or
Because
Pranesh
their
also.
color. No, Pranesh color doesn't match.
All 4 Indians are on 6, Amruta. Even Leon.
Okay.
ठीक है चलो तो I think one of them will finish in top 10, maybe even top 5 perhaps if they win. Let's see. But
let's
for
see.
now, it's time to end the stream, guys.
Yeah.
Epic stream. Thank you all for following, and we will continue our journey into the world of freestyle.
All those who followed the stream today at depth, I'm sure your endgame Magnus Carlsen Masterclass, Bishop versus Knight, would have really added a lot of, understanding to your endgame level. So this will be very useful. So guys, see you at the last round at 7:45 p.m. today.
Bye.